I'm going to go tab into the holiday one-shot from the YouTube studio link to see if it's going. And we are live. That is confirmed. Okay. I'm going to quickly tweet out that I'm live and skeet out that I am live and at everyone in my Discord, because you know what? If you join my Discord, it's your fault. You're going to get at everyone whenever I do something. At everyone. Live. Send now. Okay. You know what? I don't think I'm going to post on Twitter. This is going to be Blue Sky exclusive advertising.
I already posted on Twitter a link to it, like,
that's fine.
a while ago. So Twitter knows.
Okay, Twitter knows. All right. Hello, chat. And I need to have Discord open. I need to have this open. And now if I look at my OBS, we are good. Cool. And I can read chat through the OBS overlay. So hello. So today we're going to be doing a winter-themed one-shot, and you're going to be seeing the GM perspective. And the players can have chat open. I just recommend them not have, like, the video pulled up, because I might be looking at Statblocks on the main screen. So just fair warning. And with that, I think that we can start introducing people's characters, and then I'm going to introduce what we're doing. And we can get started. So, how about in order of us appearing on the screen, we have Mathfinder. Why don't you introduce yourself first?
Hey all, so this is Mathfinder, and my character today is going to be Yokel Frosty, who is more or less my XP of Jack Frost, and I built him as a Silence and Snow Witch with a lot of wintry storm sort of themed abilities. You can see my build video for more details, and I have a water elemental familiar named Vana.
All right. And so here's the spell list if people want to pause and read something. I don't know if that's going to be a little difficult given the format. But they all have a build guide on their own streams, and you can definitely see the monster stat blocks down in the description below if you want to take a look at them. And so I'm just going to scroll through very quickly all of your different abilities here. We are playing with the mythic rules, so you can see there are mythic stuff here. And there we go. Now next we have Thraben.
Hey, I'm Phil Gallagher, aka ThrabenU. Tonight I'll be playing Ebb Scrooge, an animist who has been assaulted by some woke ghosts who made him change his ways, although he still clings to capitalism. He knows that Razmir can save Christmas. My animist is going to be stepping quite a bit, as the liturgist rewards you for stepping, allowing you to sustain a spell at the same time. And my elf step ability can allow me to step twice, sometimes sustaining 2 spells in a single action.
Yep. And for those of you that don't know how that interaction fully works, I will do my best to explain it now, because I believe it comes from animist feature that you get at 9.
Yes, it is called Dancing Invocation.
It's the liturgist feature.
Yeah.
One of the subclasses.
So I'm trying to ping liturgist into chat, but it's not really loading properly. But basically, it's a level 9 feature that says whenever you step, you can sustain a spell. And fun fact, there's a feat called Elf Step. Your sheet is lagging massively for me, and I don't know why. There it is. So Elf Step lets you step 5 feet twice, so you do 2 steps, which thus is 2 sustain triggers. Now, is that designer intended? I do not believe so. However, it is rules as written, so we are playing it.
You know, if my legacy on this game is that I make an errata happen, it's not a bad thing, you know?
No, truly. And then we are going to have PsiPrime.
So I'll be playing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. He's an awakened animal. I have a build video on my channel about how to build him. I did not go nearly as optimizer heavy as Mathfinder or ThrabenU, so I fully expect, especially since I'm the frontliner, I'm a monk, I fully expect to get critted into oblivion. Hopefully the power of capitalism and Razmir can save me.
You know, it is part of the Christmas spirit to constantly have to fall on capitalism, right?
We're gonna have a fun night.
And also I'm seeing chat talking about lose the path. I thought the point was finding them. Well, you see, as GM, I know where the path is. So I need to lose the path in order to find the path. And that's really where you need to think.
You've got a point.
Do I? I feel like I'm just kind of saying words.
Honestly, lose the path is genuinely one of my favorite spells. It's too efficient. I don't know how people don't say it's broken, but
I was going to use it, and then I remembered it wasn't on the divine list.
I mean, lose the path is right up there with helpful steps.
Yeah, helpful steps is also kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
All right. So, at the start of the game, you're all hanging out in Santa's little workshop area over in the North Pole on the crown of the world, I guess. And you're all just around watching gifts be made. And all of you have been called in from wherever your characters normally live, as there has been issue as of late. And as you enter the room, Santa will turn over to you and go, "Ho, ho, ho! Although, this is no ho-hoing matter. You see, the bag of gifts that I was prepping for my flight on Christmas Eve has been taken. And with the lack
Do we
of Christmas...
suspect the Martians again?
No. After the Martians were actively put onto the list-making system, and they got their nuclear-powered motorcycles, they have not caused any issues."
Very good.
But you see, with the lack of Christmas cheer from the news of the sack going missing, a dense fog has come across the land. I need all of you, brave heroes, to go save Christmas by bringing back all the gifts so that the reign of capitalism and the spirit of buying and making and distributing goods can continue.
Now you're talking my language. Don't worry, Santa. We've got your back.
Very good. I knew I could count on you. Also, you may find gifts along the way, so keep a lookout.
I'll try to, Santa.
All right.
Rudolph will, of course, cast light on his nose. The only way I will be casting light in this entire one-shot.
Also, I will note that it is glowing red. I just, for the sake of maps having color, I'm tuning down the red quite significantly. I just want chat to see. But Rudolph is glowing red. And if I have the color intensity be very low, it doesn't look red at all. But
And we have this sweet shining symbol animation.
Yep. Thank you, Foundry. Very cool. And so, I am going to quickly view the scene, get all of the characters out there with the proper names. Foundry's having a hard time loading. Let me refresh.
While Foundry is loading, we can have a huddle of friendship, and I will give everyone 20 temporary HP.
Yep, classic Razmir.
It's weird that this huddle lasts exactly 5 minutes.
Look, if the woke ghosts taught me anything, it's that the power of friendship is apparently important and that capitalism can't always do everything. It's very confusing to me, but, you know, apparently sometimes more than the almighty dollar is necessary.
All right. So I'm going to go drag out everybody's tokens as you all go out in search of these gifts after your quick huddle. And also because this is a policy that some GMs don't have, I say that recall knowledges are immediately shared among all players.
Mhm.
And I'm also completely fine with people talking about tactics during their turn or outside turns or whatever.
As long as it doesn't get unreasonable, that sounds fine to me.
Yep, and if it gets unreasonable, I am going to force things to move along for the sake of time. Okay, so soon I will unpause the game, but let me describe what you're going through. There's a nice forested area through here, and you can see areas where the snow is a bit more traveled, and that will be normal terrain. Going off the path that's darker in color will be difficult terrain. The trees and rocks can be hidden behind as they are trees and rocks. And as you go along the adventure, you can see off in the distance, there's just a normal snowman. With nothing weird
How do we
going on
scroll
about
the
it.
map? Just stupid question.
Hold right click and move your cursor.
Oh, okay, cool.
And you can use scroll wheel to zoom.
Got it.
Alright, so I'm going to unpause the game and the map is live. You can describe what your characters are doing. If a fight happens, I'm just going to pause the game and where your tokens are.
Well,
All right.
being a medium-sized creature, I am incapable of letting any of you ride me, except for maybe Mathfinder. Are you tiny-sized?
Yep.
I am tiny size, but I'll mostly be flying anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scrooge. I am not the ghost of Christmas present or past. I can't make you fly.
It's okay. I planned on pulling myself up by my own bootstraps anyway.
Oh my god.
Oh lord.
I was not ready for this.
I'm going to go ahead and cast a 3rd level environmental endurance on myself so that I ignore the effects of severe cold and all of that.
Okay. And so you can decide what exploration activity you're using.
Yeah.
And you can be searching around to try and find the missing gifts or if anything is ambushing you. That will cause you to be exploring at half speed. And there is stuff hidden all around the map.
Is searching for gifts its own exploration activity, or is it a part of Seek?
It's part of just like seeking.
Okay.
I have really good perception.
Is there fog or something blocking our vision?
There is a fog across the map, which I also put in Foundry, so it covers your tokens occasionally. And that's just going to make things beyond 30 feet away from you concealed.
Okay. Just
unless
for
they
the
are
record,
unless they are enshrouded in bright light. Bright light makes it normal targeting.
Got it.
Because Rudolph's
Just for the
light
record,
cutting
I
through the
ignore
fog.
Concealed.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rudolph's bright light does get to cut through the fog, and that's because bright light will get to cut through it.
Yeah.
It was important for the character to be able to have light guide you through the fog, you know?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take the scout action.
All right, +1 to initiative rolls. Who all is going to be...
Search.
Okay.
I believe, isn't search when you're actively looking for one thing, and seek is looking for hazards and...
Search is just seek, but in exploration form, that's all.
All right, and
All right.
I'm going to assume the familiar is also going to be searching around.
Yeah.
Let's see, did that roll blind? Nope, that rolled
No.
public. I have to go... my roll mode will be blind, so you don't get to see it. Okay. And then I'm going to, of course, roll the reindeer blind. Okay. I have perception checks for all of you as you start walking through this area.
Just so we're clear, can Rudolph, because everybody else is going slow, so I don't need my 40-foot land speed, can Rudolph be, while he's seeking, flying like 5 inches above the ground so I'm not in difficult terrain?
I'll allow it. And this treaded area here is normal terrain for you as well. Yeah, you can all start moving your tokens down. You can click on your token, use the arrow keys to move it, or click and drag.
Yeah, so let's head to that snowman in the middle. A perfectly normal, definitely nothing fishy snowman.
With a present right next to it.
Yeah. And also, my familiar does have 20 feet of precise echolocation in case that matters at any point.
Okay. So I am going to say that after you get to about here, because I'm just going to assume that's the formation you generally are using.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to be out front put myself between
the
snowman and the others.
You do begin to hear some rustling from behind the rock there, according to your familiar.
Okay, I'll just point that out to everyone else and just say, I think someone's doing a real bad job hiding there, guys.
Hermie, is that you? Why aren't you back at your dentist shop?
And then you just start to hear some creaking, as you then just see a toothy grin start to appear from behind the rock. I'm going to ask everybody to roll initiatives. Okay. And so if you go into the combat tracker, you will be able to see just like all of the different creatures in that thing. It's in the little fist icon.
Got it.
And how do we count the +1 from scouting?
Oh, I forgot.
I'll just say players win ties due to the +1 from scouting.
All right.
What type of bonus is the scouting bonus?
Circumstance.
Okay. I'm going to ignore that then, because I
have incredible initiative.
I have Elven Instincts and Medium's Awareness, so I will take a +4 to my perception roll, which I don't think is actually displaying properly on here.
And also with the familiar beating the stealth check, that is also going to reveal that was indeed non-normal snowman.
I'm shocked. Shocked, I say. I'll ask if that's...
ever guessed?
I will ask if that's Sam the Snowman, the kindly guy voiced by Bert Ives.
I'm going to say no.
He's also a friend of mine. He told my story to a bunch of people back in the 60s.
Okay. Well, I'm going to begin the encounter. And we're going to start with Scrooge.
All right. With my whopping 38 on initiative. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start by using the Reveler in Lost Glee's focus spell, Trickster's Mirrors. So I'm going to go ahead and essentially make a duplicate of myself that makes it harder for me to be hit.
Okay.
All right. Did I cast that properly? Did that go in?
So Foundry shows it in chat.
Fantastic.
I don't know how I mark this on your token, but we just remind me.
I will just
when it's relevant.
Keep a notepad over here that it is up.
Cool.
All right, so I've got.
I'll just trust you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and use my second action to switch my primary apparition, and I'm going to switch to the Steward of Stone and Fire.
Okay.
And I will use my third action to enter my Channeler's stance, so I get some bonus damage a little bit later on when I cast spells.
All right. And I assume that you're going to tell me what that means when...
Yep.
So I have Mirror Image from Animation Macros, which I'm going to put into my hotbar, and then I'm going to say...
Yeah, so Stanneler's Chance used. Now it's on.
Animation Macros. Does anybody know how to do the remove animations thing? Because I don't want to apply animation thing unless somebody in chat knows how to remove it. Alright. So I am going to just then go next and reveal. There is a foe hiding inside the tree that will go ahead and use its special ability of...
You're not Sam the Snowman.
Frenzied Charge, as it will be able to go all the way over here.
Would you say we have reactions at this point, SwingRipper? Because
I would.
Yes.
Yep, you're very alert.
I want to cast Lose the Path on him.
Okay. I am actually still rolling blind, but I'll go ahead and reveal that.
Damn. All right.
And it is revealed. As this creature has just scuttle on all fours to get over to Rudolph, and then we'll be able to go ahead and make a claw strike. And you can hover over it to get a good view of its artwork, as it reaches up with one of its claws to then strike at your monk. Hitting the scrape, let's go. It is off guard because it did a big furious run, dealing damage. And it is going to, because of how this ability works, make Rudolph automatically grabbed.
No! It has some sort of attach-like ability.
Well, then it's going to strangle. At multi-attack penalty, which will miss. And that ends its turn. Just in time for yet another bad guy.
It's an ambush.
And that is going to be... Yeah, I can get to the other side of Rudolph. With its frenzied charge. And it will then do a claw strike. With the same type of stuff. Crit. And now Rudolph is grabbed from both of them. Take a more billion damage. And then it's going to go for the strangle. And crit fail the strangle. That's that.
I would like to parry riposte, but I am not a swashbuckler.
And then I'm going to pass its turn. Going to the Snow Mage back here. Who I think is going to... Let's see here. How far away are all of you from it? As this one is holding its arm with its other arm, it is going to walk up to here. And this is still just too far away to do the thing I wanted to. So it's going to do the other thing that it can do. Alright, reflex saves, everybody.
Understood.
And that includes its allies.
Oh, cool.
Because they're not cold immune.
Heyo.
Can I use my mythic point to reroll that natural
You can
one?
mythic point to reroll saves. Yes, that is one of the things you can mythic point. And I believe this is high enough in the air to hit both the familiar and Jokel, but I think your familiar was immune to cold, correct?
Oh, yes, it is immune to cold.
Yeah, so it's going to take no damage from this.
All right,
cool.
how do I reroll saves using a mythic point?
I think we just need to manually apply the bonus, because I can't figure out how to automate it in Foundry.
So manually apply a +6 untyped bonus when you're rolling.
4, because master to mythic.
I'm in fact master in
It's just
reflex
a star.
saves.
Yeah.
Then 4, yeah.
So then just roll with plus 25. And
Great.
so with the plus 4 bonus, that actually hits success exactly. Due to having the evasion feature, that'll go to a critical success, you take 0 damage. And that's a mythic point. Yeah, mythic, am I right? You get to roll a 3 on a saving throw and critically succeed.
Wild.
I mean, part of that is the fact that I have evasion, effectively.
And you're also a monk that does fun things. And so if everybody could just apply the damage based on their own save. So
Where's the damage?
I just rolled into chat. You can click on your token and apply the stuff to
Okay,
yourself.
So for some reason, I just see question marks. I don't see the damage.
That is... Oh, because I'm still rolling blind. I'm such a
Yeah.
fool.
Yeah, I
I'll
think
reveal
it's it's 17 or 34 because
Or 0.
Yeah,
Or
so
0.
Ebb, Scrooge, and Rudolph take 0 of this. So it's only Joko Frosty who, normal
Take
succeeded.
17, right?
Yeah, so you're taking 17.
That does go down because I do have cold resistance, but yeah.
And there we go. That is the end of its turn. So much for high-level spell slot. It friendly fired more than it normal fired.
Wait, so the Pine Claw took cold damage? That is very good to know.
It did.
Hell yeah, and I don't have to spend a recall knowledge action on it.
Yeah, it just revealed information and damaged its allies. What a
Just
good
a
tactical
point of
play.
bookkeeping, my Trickster's Mirror is currently destroyed. It'll come back.
Okay. I'm just going to trust that the ability will matter when you say it does, and it is now Mathfinder's go.
Ready? I am gonna use the... Okay, wait. So, can you use mythic points to reroll counteract checks?
Mythic points specify skill check or saving throw with the
So
rewrite
what
fate
is
ability.
Is counteract check not a skill check?
no, it's its own check.
It's a counteract
Okay.
check. Its own type of check.
Okay,
You know
that's
what?
weird.
It might work if you were like a medic trying to use medicine to counteract something. Then it would be.
Then
a
you would
skill
be
check.
making a skill check to do the counteract. Yeah. It's like
Got it,
attack
okay.
roll isn't a skill check, but it is a
Got
check.
it. Okay. Okay, then never mind, because I was thinking of going down and airlifting the whole party away from these pine claws, but then I need to counteract twice for Rudolph's grab, so I guess that doesn't work. I will instead cast Glacial Heart at one of the pine claws. This
Okay.
one.
Sure.
And he can do his thing.
That's a good amount of damage. And what saving throw is this?
Fortitude. It should be in the chat.
All right. Save Fortitude. Roll. I believe that does it.
Success. Yeah, it is a success, so it'll take half the damage, and it's slowed 1 for 1 round.
Ouchies. And zooming out so I can click the slowed button. There we go.
Okay. Then I want to recall knowledge the snow mage. Will either of my lores apply to it? Winter lore or plane of water lore?
Both apply. Go ahead.
Okay, I will roll my
Roll it
plane of
blind.
water. Yep.
There is a thing in roll mode. Yep, okay. So I'm the only one that got to see that. This is an applicable lore skill. Let me quickly pull up my table from my GM screen for the level DCs, because I don't have it memorized.
I also have unmistakable lore and dubious knowledge, so I cannot crit fail this, and if I fail, I'll still get something.
Alright. DCs by level. That's gonna be that, and then... Yeah, so that will succeed. What do you want to know?
Okay. So we can assume these things are cold immune. I guess lowest saving throw?
For these guys,
Yeah.
I accidentally put their saving throws the wrong way around, but their weakest save is reflex.
Okay.
I just put it wrong into Foundry, and I didn't notice until just now.
Yeah.
Their stat sheet that is publicly available in the description is correct. I just made a transcription error into Foundry.
Oh, I also forgot to have done. I forgot to use my familiar. I wanted him to place a little area of difficult terrain over here.
Okay.
On the ground, so he is closer to the ground right now. Let me just change his altitude.
Okay.
He's 5 feet off the ground, and at the end of my turn, I'm gonna end up falling, and then I'll use my reaction to move till here.
Okay. And you have all the feats that I think you mentioned that let you fall from a great height and then reaction roll and whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You get there. And now it is Rudolph's turn. You are grabbed by 2 creatures that are surrounding you.
Yep. Well, first thing I'm going to do is enter Ironblood stance.
Yep. Stance enter.
Right. I will then. This is going to be bad for me. So I will, in fact, use my next action to just parry.
Okay.
And then for my third action, I will use one of my focus points for inner upheaval, which lets me use Flurry of Blows to hit twice.
Let me quickly look at the traits on inner upheaval. Yep, no manipulate, you're good.
All right.
Because if it was manipulate, you'd need to make a flat check due to grabbed, but you're all good.
Yep. You're absolutely right. All right. Is the north one? Is that the one that was? Yeah, that's the one that was hit. Yeah.
The north one is slowed. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you can press T to target which one you're hitting.
Oh.
I'm gonna negate that roll because no targeting, and it was unclear which one you were targeting to me.
Right.
So T to target whichever one you want to hit, and then you can do your strikes. Okay.
Good. I'm rolling just like I do normally in my normal home game.
Hey, that's how you know it's legit. I'm not scripting. All right. You still have one more punch.
Yep.
Nat 20.
Oh, nice.
Let's go. Good info. Okay, go ahead and click that critical button for me. Bang! So that is going to be damage into this guy. But it's then going to use its reaction flame on, which lets it merge with the fire, and you see its pine cones start to crack, and the seeds look loose, as the flames start to encourse it, and it will lose its weakness to fire.
Fascinating.
Because I wanted to reference
my actions.
And it references the reproductive cycle of pine cones.
I'm aware of the reproductive cycle of pine cones, believe it or not.
All right, I'm gonna roll for the save against. So that was your critical specialization effect. I also need to roll a saving throw against your because I believe you have this feat.
I have stunning strikes, yeah.
Yep, so I have to roll the saving throw against this, which is going to be the DC 29 again, just to make sure. Okay. So it will then succeed through that one. But it is badly injured. You've battered it. It is just going to be hanging out now.
I headbutted it.
Yep. And that is going to end your turn. So it is now the other snow mage's go. Who's out here with the arm in each socket properly. And will then walk up its 25 feet. For some reason, token rulers aren't working. But that's odd. But I'm going to have it move up. And it is, again, not in where it needs to be yet. But I'm pretty sure it has some spells of, like, a range that could be annoying. Yeah, you know what? I don't think there's enough difficult terrain on this map yet. That should be annoying. That's my turn.
Oh. Oh, not
Isn't that-
ground-based difficult terrain. Oh no.
Wait, isn't that 3 actions?
Oh, yeah, it is 3 actions. My bad. I just revealed information for no reason, and we're gonna undo that. Yeah, that is. Okay, well, that's annoying. It is going to set up a thing as you see its skin start to harden into ice. Or whatever surfaces it has begins to look harder and tougher. Now it's back to Eb Scrooge. Top of the round.
I'm getting real tired of these snowmen out here. Let's melt them.
I'm getting real tired of being strangled.
Hey, they haven't even hit a strangle yet. You were able to cast
You
spells.
Also,
Do you think this one might be vulnerable to cold now that we dealt, like, it absorbed fire or something?
Who knows?
Maybe. I think I would like to fireball our 2 snowmen friend out there.
All right.
Do I need to click T to target them before I cast this or anything?
So I think that it might help if you T, shift, and press T on the other one to target both.
All right. So T, shift, click, click, like that. I have one showing.
Hold shift, and then press T on the other one. There you go.
Okay, so now I've got both. We'll just do a default 3rd level fireball.
Okay.
Cast.
And go ahead and place that 20-foot burst where you're placing it. I'm just gonna have us go through all the steps just to demonstrate. There's fireball. And now these guys are going to do the animation as they make the reflex saves, which is known to be their lowest saving throw, by the way. 1 crit fails, 1 critically succeeds.
I am gonna use correct the story to make the one that critically succeeded reroll. So he will now reroll his thing. I will have spent 1 mythic point.
Yep. And he will fail.
Fantastic.
So guy on the bottom takes normal damage. Guy on the top will take double. And you can now figure out that they have weakness of 8 to fire.
Ooh,
nice.
Snap. All right. Now remind me, is a burst centered at a corner or is a burst centered in a space?
Corner.
Corner.
Okay. So I can hit both of those with a 10-foot burst. Easy.
Yep.
All right.
You have 1 action remaining?
That's what you think, GM. No. I will be taking a free action here as I slap a grasshopper on my chest. Mm-hmm. I'm going to take a free leap action.
Okay.
So,
fun fact, leap is a move action that is not step, so this triggers a reaction from me.
Oh, that's fine.
Go back to your spot, and I get to make a grapple attempt on you.
Oh, no. So,
as the brambles start to grow around your feet and try to grab your ankles, and this will succeed as your Fortitude DC is 28. So, you are now grabbed.
Okay. So,
does this mean he loses the grab on me?
No, he has 2 hands. And can then, like, claw with feet and, like, headbutt and, like, you know, all that kind of stuff. These guys have weird anatomy.
I have taken the leap action, though, correct?
Yeah. This interrupts your movement.
That's fine. I don't care about the movement. So I have taken a leap action.
You have taken a leap action, yeah.
My Trickster's Mirror.
I'll allow it to still sustain, I think.
All right, fantastic.
This is weird.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
He took the leap action and used 0 of the movement.
Yeah. It interrupts your leap action, but doesn't disrupt the entire... It's weird. I'm going to say it works this way.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and then use my 3rd action to cast Earth's Bile. I'll do it on the same 2 targets again in a 10-foot burst.
Okay.
So, reflex saves, if you would.
You got it. Double fail.
Ooh,
Nice.
that is fantastic. So not only is that fire damage, but that is also going to be persistent fire damage as well, which will re-trigger that weakness.
Yep. I have a feeling that this extreme encounter isn't very extreme anymore due to good caster play and also mythic point rerolls on both
Mythic
enemies
point
and
reroll
allies.
was clutch on Mathfinder's end.
And also on Rudolph not taking like 50 million damage. Because the mythic was the thing that turned from failure to critical success. Normal hero point wouldn't have gotten all the way there. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Those are my actions.
Cool. Anyway, so now it's the Pineclaw's turn. And so both of your grabs go away at the end of this turn if this guy does not sustain them. And I think that has seen what Ebb Scrooge is trying to do as a mage, and will try and strangle Ebb Scrooge to start.
But there's two Ebb Scrooges. Who is he going to strangle?
Yeah.
So he will need to make a flat check first, because he's going to try and hit the correct one. And hits the wrong clone.
Okay, so that clone vanishes.
So
now it's just me.
Strangle. Go. Okay. Damage. That's a chunk.
26.
I'll
Got it.
apply the 26. And then
Thank you.
you have the effects of Strangle. So you now have to make a flat check to do anything until you are released from the grab.
Okay.
It is then going to be greedy and go for its final map strike, releasing Rudolph in the process. As it goes for another claw into the one that it has grabbed. Which will hit and deal damage. This guy's no longer off guard because his off guardness was given a duration. So Ebb Scrooge takes some damage.
Got it.
And it will then use the grab ability of its claw to try and reset the grapple, ignoring its current multi-attack penalty.
And it's still got actions to do that?
Oh right, it's just normal grab, not improved grab. So yeah, you're just freed.
Yay!
I forgot that I reworked this guy to not have improved grab. But
No longer strangled.
and you're no longer strangled, but strangle actually does apply another 2 damage. There you go. Happy little martial character stuff.
Small mistake I made. I accidentally used 2 reactions. If I stand here, I have retroactively corrected that mistake.
Okay.
Welcome to rolling and playing level 10 characters for the first time.
I'll allow it. I do think that the stronger reaction was using the mythic point. But I think that's
true,
I think
yes.
that's the easiest one to roll back.
Yeah. That's my bad. I'll be more careful about tracking that. I forgot that the rolling landing is a reaction too.
Because I think that I can just restore like 20 HP to the snow mage and we call it good. And you go
Okay,
back to where you were.
Yeah, I'll go back to where I was and I'll take back my mythic point. Yeah.
So this guy will move as he is going to... No, actually he's on fire and slowed. So he's just going to try and claw the thing in front of him, which is Rudolph. Actually, or... No, that takes too many actions. Yeah, he's just going to claw Rudolph's face open. Flaming Claw. Crit.
Oh no.
Any responses?
I don't
No.
have anything to do. If enemy crit me, enemy crit me.
And chat is happy that grapples are happening. So this is crit damage. 54.
Woo!
So I'm at like roughly a third of my HP. So
Yeah.
Understood.
And it's just going to go for another claw at map. As it whiffs. And that will end its turn. And Foundry, as I end the turn, will give me all the reminders about persistent damage, which will apply. And then it says to roll a recovery check, which I will fail. And that's that. It is no longer slowed. And it is now this Snow Mage's turn. And it is going to... because this is the one that has arm held in its other hand. So it can move... yeah, it can go 25 feet, walk up to Rudolph, and it's going to just try and beat up Rudolph with a stick. Just beat a reindeer to death with a stick. Nope. Nope. Okay, that's the turn.
Hell yeah.
Man, mages are so weak in this game. Recovery check. Nope. Okay.
So
And
much
it
damage.
is now
Swing,
Jokel's turn.
I want you to know somebody in chat has told you that if there are no direct references to the life cycle of pine cones, then it is not the TTRPG for him. So thank you for bringing this guy into Pathfinder.
Mhm. Truly.
Or gal, or they. I don't want to be.
This person.
There you go.
Okay. I am gonna try and explode one of these two pine claws. So I want to cast a briny bolt at mythic proficiency.
Okay,
Ooh.
using the mythic casting special ability.
Yes. The mythic magic special ability,
Mythic
so it's
magic,
not
yep.
taking an extra action, which is really important.
Yep.
I just add a +6 over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And also, for those of you considering to learn Foundry, the Beginner Box Premium module actually does teach a GM how to do stuff in Foundry. So that's probably one of the
Hell
best
yeah.
learning resources.
Oh, nice.
And that crits by a ton, by the way. Just so you were wondering.
So 66 damage. I think that should be enough to kill him,
And
right?
you're targeting
I
the guy
would
at the
hope
top.
so.
Yeah, the one at the top. Hell yeah.
There you go. You got him.
And
One
then
creature
I
down.
will... What do I want to do here? Oh, Vatten will move over here, and then I will cast Clinging Ice, targeting the other Pine Claw.
Mm-hmm.
And he can do his thing. There should be a reflex save over there.
Against which guy? The Pine Claw?
The one in the south, yeah.
Okay.
This one.
We'll roll that reflex save and fail it.
Hell yeah. He takes 12 damage, and he should have a -5-foot circumstance penalty to speeds. I think you could drag on the effect.
Spell effect, and it's a normal failure. There we go.
Yeah. Okay, that's it for Frosty's turn.
All right. Now it's Rudolph. The map is a lot more free now, and Rudolph is not being grabbed by anything.
Yeah. So I'm going to just use an action to keep parry going.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I guess I'm just gonna flurry of blows. Just gonna flurry of blows this pine claw in front of me.
All right.
It will light him on fire. That's probably not a great thing, but what you gonna
That's
do?
fine. He is
They
weak
actually
to the-
are weak
the
to
first
fire.
time.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think you're targeting the...
Oh,
Which guy you're targeting with that? Because I
Sorry,
think you're right
I
towards the
was-
guy above.
I was still.
Yeah.
This is my first time playing on Foundry. I was still
Yeah,
on the dead guy.
That is still a crit onto the normal guy. So you do get the second hit still onto the bottom guy. Just change your targeting icon.
Yep. I already did.
Cool. And second... Cool, I'm gonna do that double damage, and then I'm... Oh wait, no, it's not double damage. Undo. Undo. it will take normal damage, but normal damage from a critical hit double. You know what I mean.
Yep, I got it.
And its weakness will be removed as it will pop its reaction to flame on. And that'll be normal damage. And it also is permanently off guard while it is flamed on, because it opens up as it's on fire.
And that's a reflex, or that's a
Yep, and I've given you the fort save.
Critical specialization, and then a save from stunning fist.
Brawling.
Stunning blows now.
The brawling thing will fail, so it's at least load 1. Okay, and I believe that is, how many actions does it lose on a crit fail to monk stuff?
Is it is in cap, so is it lower level than
It is lower level than you.
Well, then it's times 3.
Yeah, yeah, cool. Yep.
Also, this is a weird timing thing. If it was stunned by the fist attack earlier, then I don't think it had a reaction to flame on with.
Well, this is...
stun takes away a reaction too.
So the stun only happened after the second attack resolved, because it requires both attacks to be targeted and do the thing before it triggers. Yeah. It's a weird thing, trigger orders. I'm going to go as close to raw as I can, but like...
Yeah. Either way, this thing is not long for the world.
Yeah, no, it's very bad looking now.
Yeah.
It is off guard, super low, stunned 3. Like, it's... Yeah. Not having a good day.
You know, I'm also pretty hurt. I am going to use my third action for Harmonize Self.
All right. And you heal for 32. Okay, yep. I have no reactions
and for some reason it de-applied my parry.
Odd.
Yeah, I believe that's your turn. You parried Flurry of Blows.
I should have parry up. It was taken away. I don't know why.
At the start of your turn, it'll automatically expire. So if you could apply it to yourself again now.
It won't let me.
It is already applied.
Oh,
that's why.
All right, I got it. I tried to do that before, and no.
I think it's because you already had an expired version of the effect that wasn't removed. So it just removed the expired version when you toggled it. Because they toggle rather than an apply. So it is now Snow Mage number 2's turn. Who is, I think gonna just walk up to your familiar.
Completely fair.
Because it has claws of both sockets, it gets Flurry of Claws.
He's stealing my shtick.
And then it's gonna try and claw the familiar. Oh, I guess it really is stealing your shtick. So anyway, then it's gonna cast Glass Shield. And then take some damage. And then roll a recovery check. Yeah, it's 3 persistent fire, but weakness 8 makes any persistent fire be crazy. Yeah, so back to Eb Scrooge.
Alright, fantastic. So, Mathfinder, does your familiar have like the evasion style thing that makes it good against reflex saves?
No, but go ahead and hit him if you want, if you have to. I think you can do Earth's Bile without hitting him. I don't know about Fireball. You probably can.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain my Earth's Bile.
I think that's a pretty crazy 10-foot burst.
Does that work?
No, I guess that will hit my familiar. That's okay. He can live.
Yeah.
If I have to, I will phase familiar him.
Okay. So I am going to Elf Step. This is going to allow me to sustain both of my focus spells. So I will get 1 mirror back and then recast Earth's Bile. To do that, do I just click the cast button again?
I think you'd ping
If
into
I'm
chat by
sustaining.
hovering over its little icon, like its little picture, and pinging it into chat. Otherwise, it'll cost you a focus point again.
Like, I drag it in like that?
No. So if you are in Foundry, you're looking at the spell. To the left of its name, there's a little pretty picture.
Yeah.
Click on the little pretty picture, and it'll just go into chat.
Okay. So then I need to shift target and also target the familiar. Okay, there we go.
So I'm gonna roll
So,
reflex saves for all my
reflex save.
guys.
I'll do my thing as well.
So both snow mages fail.
And my familiar fails too, right? Yeah.
Okay, then I'll have the familiar take normal damage. And then I'm gonna have this guy over here take half damage. And the
Yeah, I wouldn't bother phasing him.
and then 3 persistent fire onto all of the other creatures that are failing. Okay.
All right. So my elf step will end up with me being right there. And I think we're doing well enough that I don't need to go crazy on resources here. The snowman to the south, I'm going to go ahead and just cast ignition on it.
All right.
Regular ignition. Attack. Yeah. Miss is fine.
Yeah, it's a miss. It says
right,
you were
so
targeting the snow mage with that.
Yeah, he was.
Yes,
Okay.
I was targeting the snow mage.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, that pine cone is chilling, totally dumbfounded. I don't need to mess with that right
Yeah.
now.
He's
So-
stunned 3, doesn't matter.
And there we
That's
go.
my turn.
The
Damage
Pine
recovery
Claw
check.
is there.
He is there and not having a good day. This one is not there, so I'm gonna remove participant from the fight. Wait, I need to go actually take the snow mage's turn. Yeah, no, this isn't looking good for them. So what he's gonna do is he's going to do this for 2 actions, and
This
And
is what it feels like for that to be on the other side of the battlefield.
and then it tries to bonk Rudolph. Yay, 14 damage. I love caster strikes.
I think you mean 12 damage. I'm in Iron Blood stance.
Foundry automatically applied the resistance, so you only take 12. Correct. Yep.
Oh,
mhm.
yeah.
Thank you, Foundry. Very cool. Alright, so. It is now Jokel Frosty's turn.
Okay. First, I will use Cackle to sustain the hex on this one, the one that... Oh, wait, no. Will sustaining the hex repeat the damage? No, right?
It just keeps the spell effect lingering. I think that
Yeah.
the damage is just the initial damage.
Got it. Okay, okay. Then, instead, I will... I'll just shoot him with a bow. Why not?
Which spell did you
Strike.
cast, that is being the one that is doing this?
I haven't cast a spell. Oh, sorry. Previously, I cast Clinging Ice, but I haven't sustained it or anything right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just attacking the Pine Claw with the bow before anything else. Miss. That is fine. Then I will just... What do I want to do here? Sorry, I'm just thinking for a moment. Yeah, I'll just Electric Arc 2 of them right now.
Alright. Zap,
This
zap.
and this.
Yep. That should work. And so the Pine Claw succeeds, taking half damage. And the Snow Mage
Well, he's not
will
doing
take
anything
8.
else, so he can focus on dodging.
Yeah, truly. I believe that's your turn, right? Or you have one left.
Yes. That's it. I
Okay.
moved my familiar too, so that's it for my turn.
All right, it is now Rudolph's go. Clear up some of these circles.
So Rudolph is going to take a step
Mm-hmm.
there.
Sure.
I don't get to sustain any spells. I'm not cool.
Yeah.
I will then flurry of blows again because that's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
Targeting the twig guy.
I'm here to help.
All right. Crit on the Pine Claw.
Nice.
Dang.
Yeah, he explodes.
Nice.
Does he actually explode?
No.
Do I take damage? Okay, good. Do I need to fling myself out of the way?
No.
And then for my
gosh.
second flurry of blows, I will move on over to the snowman, which is why I moved over there.
Yep. And Iron Sweep does have the sweep trait. Not that it matters
Yep.
here.
I'm assuming a 22 does not hit.
No.
And then I'm going to do the parry thing.
Okay. You do so.
And that's all 3 actions. Step, flurry of blows, parry.
And now this is the Snow Mage with all the claws.
Yep. The snow mage, the dead guy does have to make a save versus stunning fist.
No, he does not because you targeted 2 different targets.
Oh, also true.
Got him.
All right. Way to ruin my terrible joke.
Hey, if you're gonna make a terrible joke, at least make it accurate. That's all we ask here at the SwingRipper channel. You know what? I think it's time. Wall of Ice, I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to, like, set up the Wall of Ice, but for now, I'm just gonna draw a free hand. Blah, blah, blah. Unbroken open space, its edges don't pass through any creatures or objects. Well, I want to just draw freehand completely. And configure the drawings that has no fill, none, and that the lines are going to be cross-colored. Yep. And this is allowed to be 60 feet long. Like so. 1,
So
2,
just
3,
a note,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
the 60 feet long one can only be a straight line. To go around a corner, you have to be a 10-foot radius hemisphere, it says.
Alright, well,
so,
then the
yeah.
straight line will be... Let me get my ruler. Ruler control. Yeah, it looks like a good line to me.
Yeah.
Just block off good old Ebb Scrooge.
It didn't really appear that way, but...
What's that quote? You're...
There. Enjoy.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
That is how it goes, yeah. And that is 3 actions, so it's gonna end its turn.
Scrooge, delay it after me. I'll get you on top of the wall.
Okay.
Let me quickly resolve my persistent damage as I roll a recovery check. Yay! About time. And, yeah, so if Scrooge is delaying,
Oh, wait. Hold on. How much can my airlift fly? You and all of it could just fly up to 60 feet. Oh, yeah, okay. I can get him over the wall. Cool.
I could also just go around and sustain my spells, and it won't be the end of the world if it's going to cost you too many resources.
By the way, all of this
It's not.
terrain here is fresh snow, so that's difficult terrain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just get you over the thing. It's no biggie.
All right, I'll delay.
All right, I'm gonna pass your turn and then move you, so that way Foundry ending turn stuff doesn't get too weird. Come on, Foundry, please. There we go. This was the order everybody's putting everything, so now the Snow Mage is here, and this is the one with the bonking stick. Who will, of course, run away. And then is going to...
Should have taken that monk, the monk stance that lets you make people stand still, the tree one.
Yeah. And then we'll go ahead and... If Rudolph would not mind giving me a fortitude save.
Ooh, those are the ones I'm not so good at.
Nice.
Apparently your dice disagree.
Slowed for a round. How it goes, and that's its turn.
Okay. Where would you like to land, Thraben?
Honestly, it doesn't matter as long as I'm within 30 feet of both snowmen.
Okay, I will use one action to move here. Then I will cast Airlift. And let's say, so that's 20 feet to go 10 feet up. Then 20 feet, let's say, this way. Yeah, sure, why not? And then 20 feet to go down. So you're gonna land on the ground in this space.
Understood.
Okay. And Vatten will move over here, and that is it for my turn.
All right. So I will do a sexy little elf dance. I will move up to a second Trickster's Mirror.
Okay.
So now it's much harder to hit me. And let's do this Earth Bile. Oop, nope, I want the picture. Drag the picture in. I'm trying to drag the picture in.
You don't drag the picture, you just click on the picture.
Oh, I just click it. All right, so 10-foot burst. I can get both.
Yep.
So let's roll damage. Reflex saves, please.
You got it. So, guy on the bottom critically failed.
Nice.
Guy at the top normal failed. They're both very near death, and both have persistent fire damage ticking once more.
All right, fantastic. Again, I don't really think
Oh, wait,
I need.
That's your one action.
Yep,
That's
that
one
was
action.
just one action.
Yeah, no, we're still going, baby.
So if all you were wondering why I threw an extreme fight at the start of the day, this is what I was expecting.
Yeah, I don't feel like I need to use resources in this extreme encounter.
Welcome to Mythic Games.
Why don't you take an action to take a sit and take another action to sip some tea?
Thraben, maybe spend a third rank fireball on them, just because if they heal up, that could be bad, right? We may end up.
Spoiler alert, they won't have a chance to heal up.
That is fair too.
I will just ignition the one to the south that I'm already targeting.
All right.
So regular ignition. Attack.
Yeah, that does damage.
All right, fantastic.
Yep, Scrooge turned into a pyromancer partway through the fight, and then everything started falling apart.
Yeah.
I also a lot of the enemies also spawned pretty spread apart and had to spend initial turns coming in.
Yeah.
Which also was, like, making this easier, but this is an extreme fight. and mythic points and strong
You know,
builds.
starting off with trying to strangle me and hitting me and grappling me twice was not a joke.
Yeah.
All right, that is the end of my turn. I'm done.
Yep, and now it's Rudolph's go.
How do I make a 30-foot cone?
So in the measuring tool, right below your like token movement, there is a cone template. And that will let you drag out a cone of whatever size you want. Although if you're using one of your abilities, it'll likely already have the template built in.
The problem is it's Chi Blast, which is variable cast.
But if you
I
click
didn't
the
actually
cast
move myself
button,
for-
it will give you the templates in chat after you like click it.
All right.
Yeah.
Then how do I change the... There we go. Nope. That's not what I wanted to do. Well, that hits him, and I don't need to hit the other guy because he's dead, so that cone is fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Rudolph's nose glows just super bright, and he casts Chi Blast as a 2-action activity.
All right. Fort save. I have to roll my fort save, and then you roll
Oh,
damage.
Roll damage. There we go.
And I failed, so I take normal damage. You fool! I'm still alive! I have 3 HP! You idiots!
We'll
I-
see what
I
the
would-
persistent fire damage has to
I
say
mean-
about that.
That was technically not what I... The most optimal choice was for me to teleport over there and headbutt twice, but I wanted to use Chi Blast.
Yeah.
Not fair.
Also, I like the flavor of Rudolph's nose just glowing really bright in a cone and just blinding people.
Mm-hmm. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna heal itself for 2 actions. Not you, Rudolph. You don't get to have healing. Go back there and I untarget you. Then I apply that healing. And then it's gonna start running over. Seems like it's running over to this present of some kind. That's its turn.
Okay. I will... How far is this fella from me? 50 feet. Do I have anything I can do?
Yes, I'm
other
free! I'm free!
After you take 8 damage, what? Right?
11 damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
The weakness is 8.
Unfortunately, I don't have very much I can do at long range that isn't cold in this context. Okay. I will just fly closer and shoot him with 2 arrows. Why not?
All right.
That's a hit.
A second
It's
hit.
also a hit.
You know, 14
Nice.
damage ain't bad.
Yeah, that's it for me.
On to Ebb.
Do your thing, Scrooge.
All right. So I will elf step.
All right, rolling the reflex save.
Try not to hit the present.
Yeah, I think you
not
can do
hit the
that.
present.
You can curve your bullets around the present, and that's going to be a normal failure. So go ahead and roll your damage. Actually, I'll just roll it, because I know how to roll it just from the sheet without pinging anything else. Just
Okay.
Yeah, so it's dead to persistent damage again.
All right, but maybe we can just kill it now.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I will
Yeah.
just go ahead and make an ignition attack.
It's 35
Yeah.
away from you.
No.
Ah, damn.
It's okay, I got
But
him.
I
Eb.
think that you
That's
can
down.
double... Can you do that? No, I think that, like, because the second
I-
step is still I don't know.
I can't
Yeah.
double sustain. I think I've got a longer range cantrip of some kind, though. No.
Nope, it's
Oh.
probably Frostbite, which
Yeah, no. No
All right,
frostbite in here.
fine. You will make me use another one of my cards.
It's
I will-
okay. It's okay, bud. I got it.
Eb Scrooge should have all 3 mythic points still, though, right?
I certainly do.
Okay.
I'll save them. I'll just bend time instead. So I will go ahead and just move up a tiny bit, and then I can make an ignition roll.
Bend time? What do you
End
mean?
time.
Bend time is a free action stride.
Oh, because of your background.
Yep. Time traveler.
Okay. Yep, sure.
Then I will go ahead and cast ignition, the ranged version. Yeah.
Okay, attack roll. Well, that's against the other guy, but that will still crit the guy in front of you, and they will explode.
Yeah, they'll definitely die to that.
They're dead. Okay, that ends the encounter.
Cool.
And I'm pretty sure all you can double-click the gift to box to see what was inside of it.
Yeah.
Do you not like the gift of the +4 greater striking, greater thundering, greater giant killing, greater bloodbane, greater anchoring, Sister Stone, Scarlet, black powder knuckle dusters?
I'm sure that's great. All right.
That is the
Gather
longest
round,
named
everyone.
magic item I could make in Foundry. And I could have gone it longer, but Foundry has a bug where the +4 mythic rune and Orichalcum don't interact properly, and I can't actually apply my 5th property rune.
I'm sorry.
You poor
I
thing.
did not. I did not, in fact, take the monk feat that lets me be proficient in that weapon.
Rats.
Well, don't worry. Mathfinder's character has proficiency in martial weapons.
I do.
All right. Gather round, everyone. Let us bathe in the light of Razmir.
Don't you want to take your 143,000 gold piece weapon?
I mean, we'll take it back to
we can pick that
Santa.
up in a minute.
We'll take that back to Santa. That's Santa's thing.
Yeah, it's Santa's thing.
Some kid is going to need that for Christmas.
All right. So once everyone is within 10 feet of me, I'm going to heal us all up. I will use Earth's Bile, and then I will sustain it for the entire minute. So
Killing everybody with Earth's Bile instead of Garden of Healing?
Sorry, Garden of Healing. Yeah.
If you're going to Earth's Bile me, I'm not going to stop you. I will, however, fly 30 feet up in the air and stay there.
Yeah, so Garden of Healing is 5d4 hit points 10 different times. Do you want to hand wave it and say that we're at full?
Okay, so this is 50d4?
Yeah.
Let's see here.
250 something.
127 healing to everybody. I think that's full health for everybody.
Yeah. I'll also boop everyone back to 20 temp HP.
And while people are refocusing, you can also be looking around for gifts. And can everybody just roll me a few perception checks? It's fine if they're public.
Sure. Those are some good rolls.
Yeah, so I'm just going to reveal a bunch of presents that are around the physical map. And
cool.
you can go and look at all the different things in tread chest. So starting at the top here, there's a deadweight mutagen. In no time like the present. And then like a loot box, the present has a scroll of soothe. Pretend this is a good joke has a greater gift card. A gift to my future wife has a lesser gift card. The dead dove here has a greater healing potion and a note. That is kind of sad.
Yeesh, that is sad.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you're going to get the gifts back so that people can get what they need.
One small question. No, none of the enemies we fought were mythic, right? We don't get
Correct.
mythic points for killing them? Okay.
But it was an extreme fight, and I do consider that a heroic accomplishment, so you will recover a mythic point anyway.
Okay, cool.
So all you recover a mythic point for beating an extreme encounter.
Back up to 3.
And all of you
Excellent.
can go take these items and put them in whoever's inventory wants to carry them. I am going to call my little 10 to 15 minute intermission
Okay.
because I have to go eat dinner with my grandpa today. So I'm going to turn off my camera and I'm going to say we're on intermission.
We could probably just shoot the breeze, the 3 of us, if nobody else wants to go on to intermission.
I might take a second or two, but I might take
Yeah.
a minute or two, but yeah.
This is our scheduled break for the basically air quotes halfway point.
If anyone in SwingRipper's chat has a hot take to drop, now's the time. He's
Yep.
not here to yell at you.
This is the part where you can start saying blasphemy and you can get away with it. But if
If
you
you
say
say
anything bad about Razmir,
grappling just doesn't interest me all that much.
oh wow, it appears that PsiPrime is having some connection issues. I wonder what's happening there.
That was weird. Such a randomly timed connection issue.
Yeah, no, it's such a weird connection issue. Anyway.
Yeah.
If you guys want to load up the items into Rudolph's saddlebag, he has like +5 strength and is carrying very little in the way of equipment. So.
Oh yeah, no, please take everything we find. I have a backpack so that I'm not encumbered. Like, I'm really pushing it.
I have a higher bulk capacity than Rudolph's.
Yeah, because you have ant haul on, right?
Oh wait, no, I don't actually have a higher bulk. Sorry. I misread. His maximum is 17, my maximum is 13, so he still has higher. But I have a lot higher than any fairy should have.
I might need to drink this deadweight mutagen. What are the downsides? Gain the encumbered condition and can't remove it well. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, so are we not getting these gifts back to people? I thought these are for like Santa.
They're probably for Santa. If we get to keep them, the deadweight mutagen helps me because I can recover a mythic point when I shove someone. The deadweight mutagen gives you a bonus to shoving people.
I see.
Nice.
Which I did consider shoving someone in that fight. I considered shoving the guy that was grappling me so he'd not be grappling me.
Yeah. If I were playing a not strongly themed primal caster, I would have almost certainly had an acid grip to help you out there.
Yeah, I thought I was going to have to use a turn to heal you, and then your key ability gave you enough hit points that I'm like, it's better to just finish him off.
Yeah.
And the Animist is just so incredibly cracked at not using resources in encounters.
Yeah. Everybody's all mad at the Animist. Only has 2 normal spell slots per spell level, and then 2 from their spirit. But I'm like, but their focus spells are so good.
Yeah, it's also like it's 4 spell slots. It's really hard to go wrong with 4 spell slots per rank. Like, even if they're restricted.
Yeah, somebody's like, oh, I hate Tanglevine from Gardening Groves. And I'm like, it's not bad. Plus, you could turn it into heal with a feat.
Like, if that apparition gave you nothing else other than just Garden of Healing, it would already be good.
Yeah.
Like, the ability to just hand wave all out of combat healing, never, fail or crit fail a medicine check again, like that alone is good.
It really depends on the group you're with. The group I play with, basically, just as long as there is a way for the group to heal and it doesn't get too onerous, then we just say, oh, you take 3 hours and everybody's back to full.
Yeah. That's
pretty
pretty
common.
common.
We usually play. Like, if you have one guy and his bonus to medicine is like +1 at level 1, then we might start rolling because crit fail is more likely to happen. But
The thing that I like best about Animist is that the Animist is a divine caster that does not have the downsides of the divine list, because you just get so many spells from like the occult and primal traditions from your apparitions that you just become this like wizard level utility character.
Yeah. Usually you don't get this level of utility.
I'm playing an Oracle, a Storm Tempest Oracle in Triumph of the Tusk right now, and the new divine list, ever since like Player Core 2 and stuff came out, is not bad at all. Like, I've been doing real well with that. Granted, we're fighting a lot of undead, so what's the spell called? Infused Vitality, just giving everybody plus 1d4 vitality damage on their weapons. Especially the Giant Instinct Barbarian is really good. But I've been doing, like, I've deliberately in that game chosen non-combat spells for my Oracle just because it's super thematic for them. And I'm still doing 100% fine.
Yeah.
I'm actually out healing the cleric because the cleric doesn't like to heal, so.
No, I played a lot of Oracle in Pathfinder Society games. I played Korakai, the pre-gen Oracle, quite a bit. And even the pre-gen Oracle that was not like fully optimized was still very good.
Yep. I have an Ancestry Oracle in Pathfinder Society, which I know Chad is going to hate because it's the worst Oracle apparently, but it still works pretty well.
Yeah. Honestly, the way, like, especially since the remaster Oracles have just kind of been crap, in my opinion. Like, it's like, you're a 4-slot caster. You don't have to put up with the weaknesses of divine spells. You have above average focus spells, and you have Cursebound, which is kind of like a second tier of focus points. Like, it's like, if the Oracle said you have 6 focus points, people would say it's good. But because it says you have 3 focus points and Cursebound, people underestimate it. Like, Cursebound is just extra focus points.
Yeah. And I don't think the divine, I know that when Pathfinder first came out, divine list wasn't great. I think it's fine now. I think SwingRipper actually did a video about how the divine list is pretty good. It's got a bunch of really nice, there's some AoE now, there's really good healing, there's really good condition removal, there's a bunch of utility spells. Fly is now a divine spell.
Oh, yeah. I think divine is fine. It's like, I consider arcane and primal to be like good enough to carry your character, and then divine and occult are like, you need a little something on top of these spells to carry your character. And I think it really shows if you look at the witch, because divine and occult witches tend to be a little on the underwhelming side, with the exception of resentment. Resentment is amazing.
I really love zealot witches. That's the divine one, right?
Yeah, Faith's Flamekeeper, I think it's called now. But
yeah, because Faith's Flame, whatever their thing is, that just gives cool bonuses to everybody that's doing cool stuff already. I think that's a really underrated focus spell for them.
My girlfriend is playing a Faith's Flamekeeper witch. The temp HP is a little awkward if you are on larger battlefields, just because of kind of the range of your familiar and being within range of things. But the witch has felt like a solid character. Cackle is cracked. The ability to cackle and sustain something for free, a couple of times per combat is character defining.
I think a lot of people underestimate Cackle. They're like, what? A whole focus point and all it does is save me one action one time in combat. That's not worth it.
No, you have to view it as like, you can sustain the same thing 3 times per combat.
Yeah.
There's a new witch. There's a new witch that came out in Divine Mysteries that's just cracked. It's bordering on
the Seneschal.
No, not the class archetype. That's from War of Immortals. No, there's a witch patron, Balance.
Oh yes,
and
I remember reading about it.
It just does a crap ton of damage and a crap ton of healing.
Oh, I missed this one.
Oh yeah, no, it's really, so basically what it does is you do some void damage to one target and heal another target. And when you sustain, you keep healing, but you don't do the extra damage. So if your barbarian, so it's basically free healing out of combat. For your barbarian, you do, oh no, I do a d4 damage to the barbarian. Now over the course of a minute, you heal 10 d4.
Wow. Oh, is this the paradox of opposites, patron?
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
And the cantrip we're talking about is trade death for life.
Yeah.
Target takes 1d4 void. If the target. Wow.
As far as I can tell, it does not say, and I could be misremembering, that you can't target the same creature both times. So it's like, hey, barbarian, you're at 5 HP, take a d4. Now heal for 10 d4.
Yeah. Not 10 d4, so it says it's fast healing 1, which is still very good, but yeah.
Yeah, so you heal for 10 and then do it again.
Yeah, you just keep doing it minute after minute, so it is out of combat healing. And in combat, it's a see, this is what I mean when like a divine caster tends to need something insane from their class. Like, it's like when I look at this witch, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, this is really good.
Yeah. I do have to say I love I do like my bard, who's an occult caster, of course. But
yeah.
I love my bard for the fact that he has the brain, not inspire courage, courageous anthem, and the whatever the counter song one is.
Counter performance. Yeah.
I just stopped playing a bard. I switched over to a necromancer for my primary campaign. Because I am all about that class fantasy. Like, I grew up on Diablo 2, and this is somebody
pointed out a good point. Make sure you're not playing with a Pharasman in your party if you're playing the necromancer. Or Saren Ray would also probably have words with you.
Don't worry. My necromancer is also a Rasmiran priest.
Very good.
I wanted to put my money where my mouth was and test this dedication to see if it is actually cracked or if it is within the confines of the game. And there is no better way to do that than just say, like, all right, I'm going to play this on my primary campaign character. Like, I'm going to gather data over this over a year. Like,
that sounds good. Yeah, I like it.
Let's see if it's busted.
I was gonna say, I think the best thing my dwarf bard, I've updated him he's a Pathfinder Society character. I updated him for the remaster, but he started off pre-remaster, so he started off with +3/16 charisma because he was a dwarf, and I just did it for fun anyway, because he's entirely based on the meme, I'm a dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
I can respect that. Dwarves are sweet.
Yeah, the best thing he ever did was there was I think, what are they called? Drachons, the big screamy devil demons, fiends, whatever they are. They do the big sonic blast.
Okay.
We were fighting one in a Pathfinder Society game, and it's just like, he fires it off, and everybody's like, oh no, I've rolled a 1, and oh no, I rolled a 2 on my fort save, and I'm like, it's okay, guys. Everybody, you can use a 38 as your fortitude save instead, as I outscream him.
I really enjoyed counter performance as my bard. It's not a reaction that you can use every round or anything.
Oh, no. Sure not.
But like the couple of times that matters, and you're just like, okay, take a 35 instead of whatever you just rolled. It feels so good.
The GM was so mad at me in another game, in another Pathfinder Society still, in another game. We fought some harpies, and there was a bunch of low-level harpies and then like a harpy matron. And the GM really knew his stuff. So he's like, all the harpies are going to wait for the harpy matron to sing because her DC is higher. And it's like, start singing. And I'm like, oh, counter performance. Everybody succeeds? Okay. Well, now we're all immune to harpy song for a day or whatever it is. The harpy then immediately went after me to murder me for stopping her performance.
We had a fun encounter in my last session where one of the 3 opposing baddies was a bard, or had like a bard-like ability. So they did use counter performance against us in a battle, and that was a very nerve-wracking roll.
Oh, that sounds good. I've had enemy bards and player bards get into a counter performance bard off before.
Ooh.
And at that point, you just kind of want to sit back and say, like, oh, we'll let those guys go for it. We'll just enjoy the show. I'll skip my turn. I'll just let the bards go off.
I feel like the bards get to use equipment really, really well. The codas are very strong staff alternatives, and like you can do the Wand of Shard Storm to get just magic missiles that fire off every turn. You've got really good options.
But have you instead considered a bard just running around with the combat loot and El Kabonging people?
That is not my style, but I respect it.
Because sadly, the entertainer's loot, which is a coda, is not in fact explicitly a combat loot.
Yeah, no, I was using those like drums of war.
Oh
That was
yeah,
my coda. I was very happy with those. They have good spells.
there needs to be a staff or a coda or something that's basically a staff of healing, but for soothe.
Yeah.
+1 that idea.
I wish they would expand on the personal staffs rule.
Yeah, I really
think
like
it's
the
a little
personal
too
staff.
restrictive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did make a personal staff for a bard one time. I had to put stabilize as the cantrip, even though that's not an occult spell, just so that it had a cantrip on it that had
Yeah.
the healing trait.
I am surprised there aren't more staff options, honestly. Like a lot of time the Pathfinder item pool is just like absolutely insane and just so incredibly wonderfully deep. And then when I look at staff options, it's like, okay, after I go to the traditions that I can actually use, there's really only, 2 or 3 options at any given time.
According to Archives of Nethys, there's 162 staves, but that includes
So like
lesser
greater and
Upgrades,
greater.
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. There's a staff specifically for Linny in Secrets of Magic
For who?
called Linny's Leaf Stick.
Lenny's leaf stick. Let's see. Who the hell is Lenny?
Linny's the iconic druid,
I see.
the green-haired gnome.
This staff was created as an example of the personal staffs rules. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I just ignore the rules when I'm GMing. Like, it's like, I make whatever staff I want.
Ooh, it has Protector Tree.
Yeah.
Has first rank Protector Tree. Ooh.
Yeah, staffs are one of those areas where, like, I like them. I think they need a bit of rejigging. They're just awkward. In particular, spells not, like, if the staff has a spell at first rank, you have to use it at first rank. You can't heighten it, is strange to me. Like, you should just be able to spend more charges on it, but
Yeah, I messed that up for a couple of weeks when I first started learning staffs. I also think it is very awkward that prepared and spontaneous casters can treat the same item differently. That feels
I
inelegant
really like that.
rule-wise.
Personally, I really like that.
Did you play Pathfinder First Edition with meta magic rods? Because spontaneous and prepared casters treated those differently as well.
No, I came directly to 2e from D&D 5e.
Same.
So there were these things in Pathfinder First Edition called meta magic rods. you could hold one, and it essentially gave you spell shape on some spells a number of times per day, like 3, without having to do anything special. Unless you were a spontaneous caster, in which case it turned any... it used Pathfinder First Edition used something similar to D&D's action economy. Basically, it turned any spell that cost an action into a spell that cost your entire turn. Like, used up everything, your movement, your bonus action. What they had something called it was called something else, but it was essentially your bonus action.
Yeah.
Used up your movement, your bonus action, your action, everything.
Yeah, I'm currently using a Staff of the Unblinking Eye on my Necromancer, just purely to get Sure Strike.
Yeah.
Like, my staff options weren't great, so just throwing Sure Strike there so I don't have to have it.
Did you see I'm assuming you saw the errata that says Sure Strike is now once a 10-minute cooldown?
Yeah, and that's fine for this character. I just want to be able to set up a really good Bone Spear turn.
Yeah.
Because Bone Spear, I think I'm 8th level currently, so I think that's 78 damage. And I would like that to be done like with flanking and Sure Strike if possible. Just like land that one, make it hit hard.
Chat is recommending a personal staff called the Oops All Reactions staff, and I love that.
I would allow that staff
Ooh.
because that is a thematically related thing that is like clear how that manifests in universe.
Yeah.
Unlike the attack trait, which isn't necessarily clear how it manifests in universe.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like,
if we could do that, that would 100% be the staff every Arcane and Primal caster I built got, because there's just so many good reaction spells.
Mm-hmm.
Rex Fellis, yes, I know it was called a full round action. I was trying to explain it to somebody coming from 5e. Yes, I played a lot of Pathfinder First Edition.
I played about an hour and a half of it because of Wrath of the Righteous, and then I quit that game because it was not for me.
I played like 2 sessions with Ronald the Rules Lawyer, and for my prep of the first character I made, which was Pugilist, where I was basically like a fighter monk hybrid, where you could spend all your movement actions, right? Movement action to go through the list of all the combat feats in the game and pick one that you have the prerequisites for to gain for 1 minute.
Yep. Also,
so
you can just straight up knock people out as a brawler.
I read all of the combat feats in the game, wrote down all the ones I thought would be good for my short list, put it in front of me. We got into the dungeon. Round 1, I was stun-locked by a ghoul and died.
Oh, that's fun.
And so my backup character is a magus, and I don't know, I just was not vibing with the system. So playing Pathfinder 1e made me go, oh, that's why people like 5e and say it's an improvement. Which, now everybody's gonna hate me, and that clip is gonna follow me around everywhere, but that's how I felt after that.
Yeah, there was a big problem with 1e towards the end of its life cycle, where basically, if you knew what you were doing, basically it was impossible to balance encounters as a GM, because players would be so overpowered compared to the enemy monsters, what they were supposed to be at that level. You just win with absolutely no pressure whatsoever, and then you'd hit some sort of breaking point, and then the enemies would just win no problem. Like the big answer is a level 16 NPC wizard would have access to level 9 spells, and you could theoretically fight them at level 12. So you could have a level 12 swashbuckler with like no constitution that just can't get hit, and reaction like kills people. And then as soon as you fight that wizard, they'll just cast Finger of Death and you die no save.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, I do like a lot of the ideas in Pathfinder First, where it's a lot more simulationist, and how characters are allowed to have these massive glaring weaknesses in their identity. I think that's interesting. I don't think that makes for a good, crunchy tactical game.
Yeah, there was also what my friend called my friend made a barbarian that was like level 20 by the end, and he said, quote, "I refuse to play that AC game," and his barbarian just had 700 hit points. He had 7 AC, I believe. Yes, your AC still starts at 10 in Pathfinder 1. But he had like DR 20 and 700 hit points, and he didn't die until he hit like negative 200. It was stupid.
Yeah.
Are we ready to resume?
I am.
Yep. So, you guys continue through the forest, and I'm going to say that all the items you found here are things you can just share amongst yourselves, put into whoever's inventory you want.
I think we're treating Rudolph as a pack animal.
Yeah.
It's
You can drag that into your inventory.
It's okay. I have the laborer background.
Are we using the funny, overly expensive item?
I can't use it. I'm not proficient.
All right, so I'm going to put it into the party stash thing.
Yeah.
So in Foundry, if you look at where all of your player things are in the top right, you can then see the party, and there's a little piece of paper next to the folder icon. That'll open up a sheet that shows an art view of the party, and I'm going to just drag all of the items around here into that stash.
Yeah. I already did it for half of them.
I might do it for the I might use the mutagen.
Yeah. You can go to the party stash and take whatever you want into your own inventory as well.
I will not let you access the party stash in combat because narratively it's not on your character.
I think we just said all of Rudolph is carrying all the items.
Yeah. Okay. Technically the party stash is Rudolph, so Rudolph can freely access it. The rest of us cannot.
Okay, but it's just noted as the party stash. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. You are correct. The only downside is if you want to track encumbrance or ignore stash. I assume that I'm going to be okay because I have plus 5 strength and hefty holler.
Yeah, you can take 11 more bulk of stuff before coming encumbered. I think we're fine. Yeah.
I'm seeing items, journal.
Okay, so in the top left, go to actors. Top right, go to actors.
Right.
And now next to the words the party, there's a piece of paper. Click on it and it'll say open sheet.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, and there's a party stash in there.
It says unlocked. Oh, aha.
Yeah.
Aha.
And now whatever you think you will actively use, you can just put it in your inventory. That's fine.
Yep. And I do think that my joke with gift card lesser and gift card greater is good. Because as we all know, the larger the number on the gift card, the more you care about the person. And the more thoughtful the gift was. Such as the Rasmiran way.
So, in the name of capitalism, which direction do you all want to go?
Well, we're probably going to have to make survival checks to track where this bag has gone, I would assume.
Or I could ask a bunch of ghosts.
Oh, yeah, no, let's do that.
Yeah.
Personally, the woke ghosts have taught me a lot, so maybe they can teach you some things.
Don't call him the ghost of Christmas future. He's not very talkative, I hear.
All right. I will.
You've given me a lot of directions I can go for these ghosts, and I'm going to try and figure out the line that is funny without, like,
First,
going
let's
too
see
far.
if I even succeed the check. It is a master proficiency, nature secret. Is that everything? There you go. I cannot mythic point this, unfortunately, because it's a secret check.
Yep. So as you go, and you call out to the spirits of the land, you have now attuned yourself, and you can see some ghostly beings manifesting in the mist, just wandering around. And you said it was a nature version, right?
Yes, the nature version, I get to ask them, if I succeed or crit succeed, I get to ask them 1 or 3 questions, and you'll give a 1-word answer.
All right, so then one of the spirits that's willing to talk to you takes the form of a little pine leshy that is about your height and just appears in front of you and goes,
Oh, wise pine leshy of the ice forest. In terms of cardinal directions, tell us where to go next.
and then goes, and then disappears.
Did he give a
It
direction
pointed,
there?
this, if I go into the actual draw polygon, it went, that way.
I didn't see, but as
The
long as
arrow
you tell
isn't
us
like
the-
appearing. There it is.
Oh, there
there
it
we
is,
go.
yeah. Cool. I like that he dabbed before leaving.
Yeah. How's he supposed to point the trees? He can't make a finger, so he has to point both arms.
You're right.
All right, so let's head east.
Alrighty.
I would like chat to know while we're heading east that SwingRipper has been kind enough to set Rudolph's deity as Santa. He did a special thing for it.
So are we dragging ourselves to the east of the map, or are we going to a different map? Swing?
We're going to go to a different map after you get to the end.
Okay.
Because as you start going that direction, there is still like a decently well-traveled path that goes to the next town. So there's not like a need to really find direction towards it.
Okay.
And so as you
And
go
Jeb-
I'm going to just drag a party token onto this map. I think that I can do that. And
Cool.
Ooh, wow.
Ooh.
I found this map by that somebody on Reddit made. I'll try and find the post after the stream is over again. I forgot to save it, but I do want to give credit, and I will look it up after the stream. I don't remember exactly what keywords I used to search for it.
Mm.
So I'm going to hunt around. It'll be a pinned comment in the comment section after I find it again. Anyway, you see the entrance to the town looming in front of you. The gates are open, but you can see the mist is even thicker inside the town.
I didn't
All
even
cheer
know this
is
town was
gone.
here. This is interestingly close to Santa's workshop.
Yeah, it's only a couple hours away, funnily enough. If that.
Are there people out and about? Does it look like they're scared to be walking around or
There
something?
are people
Or-
out and about, but they all seem, for lack of a better word, depressed in some way or another. Nobody has any cheer about them. It's all just like, oh, doing laundry. And you can see them hanging up the laundry in the cold air when it's actively fogged. It won't dry, but they're hanging up the laundry regardless.
I will sigh. Probably best not to give away Santa's secrets. I will stop making my nose glow. I will stop flying above the snow. And then I will reach into my saddlebags and produce a small compass and use that to cast a light spell around Ebb Scrooge to make it look like he's the spellcaster. So now I just look like a normal reindeer.
Okay. Well,
All eyes on me.
And this is the party token. You can use this to describe generally where you all are in the town. I believe you have permission to move it.
Every time I try to move it, it seems to make a copy of it on my end and says I don't have permission.
Odd. Let me see if I can change that.
Well, I can move. Oh, yeah, no.
Configure
Yeah.
ownership of the party. All players are owners of the party. Now try it.
Okay, there you go. It fixed it.
Okay. So
All right.
as you go around, you just see people generally having no cheer. There are no lights hung up despite its proximity to Santa's workshop, the center of cheer. This is getting worse than you thought.
I mean, I'm sure Eb Scrooge is cool with it. Rudolph is very concerned.
Is this the first time we're seeing Ab Scrooge happy?
Happy's a strong word. He's probably looking like, oh, this is the correct response to the holidays.
You know, a while back, I would have said that everything was fine here. However, I have been taught that this is actually bad, and we should be concerned. Hold on.
Rudolph will nod sagely, but keep up the charade of not in fact being a magical talking reindeer.
You can see that for some of the Christmas trees, it looks like they had ornaments, but they fell off and they're just rolling on the ground. None of them have a star anywhere to be found.
Does this look like vandalism, or does this look like I tried and gave up?
Definitely that last one.
Okay.
This is a lack of holiday cheer for the entire town.
You don't think that they stole the entire Christmas spirit, do you? Like, is that a thing you can steal? Did they take that with Santa's bag?
I don't know. You're the spirits expert.
Oh, you're right.
I'll allow you to make a holidays check. Blind for this.
Absolutely.
I will nod as much as a reindeer can nod.
All right. So I have holiday lore. I will make that a
Yes.
private
Thank you, Ghost in the
GM
Machine.
roll.
I think that was it.
Oh, I did not make that a private GM roll.
I'm gonna go ahead and pin that message. There you go. Congratulations. I believe that roll is private instead of blind. Or
Okay, so
change it to blind.
and then
blind
re-roll.
GM roll. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. So what is it that you wanted to know?
So we were investigating like the holiday cheer. Like, can the spirit of Christmas have been stolen?
And then you start to think about that, and then you go, nah, that's woke nonsense. It wouldn't be that way. You just kind of give up on it.
What am I saying? These ghosts, they're getting to me. I really gotta stop talking to these things. I gotta focus up. But maybe we can talk to some of these peasants and learn something.
Can I make a Santa's workshop lore to know maybe if something like this has happened in the past?
You may do that.
Blind GM roll, that's what I need to
Blind.
choose?
Yep. And you have actually heard of something like this happening in the past. When Christmas was on the verge of being canceled, there were people that would just like stop believing and would take down ornaments, and all holiday cheer was starting to go away. You have never seen it get this far, though. And that time that Christmas was almost canceled was the first time you were asked to lead Santa's sleigh. So you distinctly remember it.
I'll see if I can like go up to I'm gonna mispronounce this, Frosty, and like lean down and whisper that to them so that peasants don't see magical talking reindeer.
Sure. Nobody's paying that much attention to the random reindeer in the middle of town with the weirdos. Nobody has the energy to.
I'm their pack animal, right? I've got saddlebags on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frosty will just like fly next to you and listen in. So can you repeat what you learned exactly? Sorry. So you said that this has happened before, and
sometimes when Christmas is in jeopardy, the Christmas spirit will leave people and they will stop caring about Christmas. When Christmas was almost canceled, that one time that they've repeated 27 times in a whole bunch of different movies, it got bad, but it wasn't this bad.
Oh, it wasn't this bad. Okay. do you guys think we can learn anything from these folks, or should we investigate some other way?
I mean, do you want me to talk to the ghosts instead?
Sure, you can ask them who could have stolen the Christmas spirit.
All right.
Do you also talk to the ghosts?
I also talk to the ghosts.
All right. Hold on. I'm gonna get out that compass again. The light goes away. I hold it in my teeth. Something happens, and Ebb Scrooge gets a +1 to their next skill check roll because I have guidance through a wayfinder.
Let's go. I'll allow it, even though this check technically shouldn't allow it to be applied because it takes more than one round in order for this ability to be activated. But I think it's cool imagery that Rudolph is helping channel the spirits via the compass, so I'll allow it. I like Mario's idea in chat of 1d3 for the ghost of past, present, or future.
All right,
that's really funny.
Find this ability on my character sheet, the consult the spirits.
It's in your feats. So if you go into your feats page, you'll be able to scroll down and find it.
It would be a skill feat. Yeah, it's your level 10 skill feat. Here it is.
Yeah, all right, I see it. So consult the spirits.
And you make a blind religion check for me.
All right.
Oh man, you have a high religion. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, this is probably gonna work.
All right, did that go through?
Not yet.
Okay. Click.
So this consult the spirits won't actually roll it. You need to roll it from your proficiencies section on your sheet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's just pinging what the ability does.
All right, so religion. So let's do a +1 circumstance, add that to it, blind GM roll.
Yep. And so in front of you, manifest 3 ghosts, each with dyed blue hair.
All right, they're here again. All right. Ghosts, who stole the spirit of Christmas from this town?
Let me roll a d3 for which one will answer. In your head, you just get an image of what looks like a giant Yeti covered in fog and mist. And you can see a star in the background illuminating it from behind.
A star?
That is the end of that vision. 2 more questions.
All right, we did well. All right.
That is a way to put it.
Oh my god. Oh, buddy. Okay. Ghosts, which way should I head to find the Yeti?
Now I have to roll a d2 to figure out which one's answering. Because each of them are fading after they answer a question. And so the ghost of the past gives you an image of the Yeti with the sack merged into a tail as it crawls on all 4s and jumps over the edge of the town across the mountain ridge.
All right.
Notably, there's no visible damage in the town. But the vision showed it like crawling over, but the building seemed fine as it steps by. The Yeti must be some kind of woke metaphor for capitalism destroying society or something. I don't know.
No, that can't be. Simply can't be.
It's a bad metaphor.
Yeah. So then you have one final question.
And ghosts, is the Yeti working alone?
Okay. So this time, the vision you see, it is all alone, sitting on a patch of ice in the middle of the area with all the gifts behind it.
All right. So we need to head through town, through this mountain ridge. The Yeti should be all by itself with a bunch of presents. It'll be easy. You know, we can, like, set a Yeti on fire, go home, get some hot chocolate.
Rudolph,
get cold this
Rudolph
year.
does look a bit pensive. One of his best friends is the abominable snow monster.
This is a
Oh.
different abominable snow monster, very distinctly.
Very good. Very good.
And as you've
did
seen
this
it a few
abominable
times,
snow
I'm
monster
willing
have
to show
teeth?
everybody the artwork for this creature.
Did this
Uh-huh.
abominable... I will whisper, did the abominable snow monster have teeth? Because our abominable snow monster doesn't have teeth anymore. Hermie took them all out.
It
Oh.
had a whole bunch of teeth actually,
Oh.
and
Okay.
glowing eyes and stuff
All
growing
right.
out of it. It's kind of gnarly.
That jerk, he stole Cindy Lou Who's Christmas tree topper.
I wanted to see if I can recall knowledge the abominable snow monster, given whatever description has been given. Will either of my lores apply, plane of water or winter?
Winter will apply, for sure.
Okay. I will use a mythic point to roll this with
Okay.
a +4. And let me just do that. Blind GM roll. That should be everything, right? Yes. And as always, I have dubious knowledge and unmistakable lore.
All right. Well, in any case, what do you want to know?
I guess first, lowest saving throw, and ideally one that doesn't have mythic resilience if such a thing is there.
Reflex.
Okay. And for the second question, any one relevant piece of information about damage immunities, weaknesses, or resistances that you want to mention, other than whether it's immune to cold. It's probably immune to cold, so anything but that.
Weak to fire.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll take it.
I'll take that.
Low reflex and weak to fire. Gee, I wonder what's going to happen to it now.
I would never.
We're gonna use a fortitude area of effect cold spell, right?
Scrooge
Of
would burn
course.
down a bunch of orphan villagers in order to just feel a little bit of warmth in their personal life.
Okay, are we ready to head out? Is there any preparations we would like to make?
This town does still have shops that are open and very not busy because nobody's in the Christmas mood.
I mean, we have some gift cards if we need to buy anything.
Normally I am a fiend for exploiting my resources to the maximum, but I think I'm good. I've still got 2 grasshoppers left.
You know what we should do? I should ask you guys to go get a really nice reindeer harness, which counts as winter clothing, because I think I forgot to grab that.
Oh boy. We can definitely just grab you winter clothing with our own gold. I think Yoko Frosty does not feel like dipping into gift cards that are probably going to children.
That's probably a good call. I like that call.
Because, the optimizer in me is saying 500 gold pieces, get a flaming rune.
I already have a flaming rune.
But yeah,
also putting a flaming rune on something takes a day, I believe. So
yeah. So I'll just spend 4 silver. You can get your winter clothing added.
Very good.
Yeah, you can see that just like in a dusty corner of the back, there's a bunch of Santa outfits that count as winter clothing.
And one, strangely enough, fit for a reindeer.
Yep. One is like a dog costume for a very large, weird dog.
Yes.
We are those I would say pet owners, but that doesn't quite get the agency of your own character across.
I like
we are those
idea
people,
that
though.
I like the idea that the costume comes with the fake foam reindeer horns, which you put behind my real reindeer horns or antlers.
Or else it doesn't work.
Of course, yes.
All right.
I think we're good to go, GM.
Yeah, I think we're good to go.
So I know that Frosty and I can get over the mountain pass. I'm not sure about how to help out ebb.
So as you start to head that way out of town, you notice something. And instead of being like the mountain range that you were expecting, instead appears to be perfectly flat, and it's snowing hard.
Oh,
In
that's
front of you,
fun.
there's just a massive wall of fog.
Well, as soon as we get kind of a little bit outside of town, I will turn on the shiny red nose again.
All right.
What can I see through the fog as far as I can see, given that I ignore concealment from fog?
You can see there's just a pit at the end of the fog trap right now. It's just nothing. Like, you know how in Minecraft sometimes somebody just whirled at it and like a chunk goes missing? It is just not there. The world just stops.
Huh. That's odd.
And there's nothing past it.
You're not an investigator. You can't say that's odd.
And then, Scrooge, upon hearing this information, your first instinct, I knew the earth was flat.
No, this checks out. We finally hit the end. We better not fall in. It's real dark over there. I'm going to go ahead and activate my shining symbol so that the light I'm shedding becomes full-on bright light.
Okay. You do so?
I want to fly vertically up without getting closer to the fog and just like try and get an angle where I'm looking down into the pit, just trying to see if I can make any sense of this as high as I can in this snowstorm.
All right, I'm gonna take a look at all of your skills that you don't know what I'm thinking might be applicable. And I'm going to change my roll mode to blind. So, you know that a lot of the North Pole is powered by people's belief and spiritual energy in the concept of Christmas. It feels like this town is starting to get separated from the rest of the world.
Oh. Do we need to go back and spread some cheer?
I think that's what has to be done.
All right. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Santa. I'm going to have to break your rules just this once for the greater good of Christmas.
Did any of the gifts we recovered come with like a name tag of some sort?
None of the gifts had names attached to them directly. So, you know this from working in Santa's workshop for enough time. At least Rudolph would. But a lot of the gifts actually do not have name tags applied, as in the time before Christmas, if an order doesn't go through, they can then shift around who's getting what gift, and the name tags actually applied as they're taken out of the bag to be put under the tree. So that way they can have the gifts be in flux for as long as physically possible, in order to make sure that everybody receives something.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
That was a 10th level ritual that Santa cast a while back.
Yeah. A 10th level
I'm sorry,
mythic
10th
ritual, to be
rank.
clear.
10th rank mythic ritual that Santa
Yeah.
cast a while back. Cost
well, in that case, it's
boatload of
appropriate
gold
for us.
pieces.
Oh, sorry.
So
in that case,
boatload
it's-
of gold pieces. Yeah, we
And
should
that's
go
why
back.
Razmir is still worshipped in the North Pole. Razmir is a secondary caster for that ritual, so.
It all makes sense.
So in this context, it's appropriate for us to give out gifts that we have received to the members of this town to get back their spirit in Christmas.
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay, there's only one thing to be done. Scrooge, you need to put on a fake beard, get behind Rudolph, and just fly into town and give people gifts. That's the only way. Christmas needs to come early.
If it's the only way, then it's what we have to do.
Does anyone have a way of making him fly? Because I can pull him, but I can't fly with him.
I don't actually have any way to fly him.
The bulk of a medium humanoid is 6. The bulk of a sled could probably be considered 2. You have a capacity of 10 bulk.
That's true.
All right. We will both be slowed too while I am doing this.
Merry Christmas.
Well, I'm thinking that if he's in the sleigh, you just won't turn well, and I'm using vehicle rules.
All right.
All right, I think we have to go back to town for a little
All right,
role
so
play.
I think that you're gonna go back to town, get some supplies. I'm gonna go quickly get myself some water.
Sounds good.
But yeah, you now have a rough idea of the plan. If you have any spells that you want to consider and items you want to see if they can be used, do that now.
Mm-hmm.
I have exactly one spell that might be able to bring some Christmas cheer to people.
I can prestidigitation a good beard. Oh no, I actually have a spell. I can use Laughing Fit.
Do you have like illusory disguise or the humanoid form?
I do not. Don't even have Glamorize.
We might be able to heal some sick kids with that healing potion or Forest of Garden.
Yeah. I think Jack Frost will just go around town telling random stories about the holidays.
Oh, I do in fact have. I'm only trained, but I do in fact have the performance skill because I have the awakened animal ancestry feat. You're so cute. Oh, I have performance and impressive performance. And when performing
nice.
for humanoids, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus.
We'll take those. So you could potentially use a mythic point to make your performance check at mythic proficiency, right?
I could re-roll.
You could re-roll, yeah.
Yes. I could but it might be a blind check depending on how SwingRipper rules it. Somebody has asked that I pull an initial D and air drift the sled.
Doot 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 doot. Oh yeah,
and I remember that anime.
I watched a bunch of it about a year ago, because Netflix had a bunch of the movies on it. So, guilty pleasure it is.
Oh yeah, it's
enjoyable.
Stupid fun. Just like that new Christmas movie that came out, Red 1. That's some people were saying it's terrible. It is stupid Christmas fun, and it does not pretend to be anything else. I was the only disappointing thing about that movie was that Rudolph was not in it.
Yeah, my girlfriend has told us that we are watching Christmas movies on Christmas. But Christmas movies means that it just has to have something Christmassy, so it can have like snow or elves or anything like that. So
Lord of the Rings is Christmassy, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. See, that's where my head was going.
I would recommend Red 1 though if you have Amazon Prime. It's stupid Christmas fun.
Noted.
Also, it has Dwayne Johnson and Chris Pine? No. Who's the other main lead in that? Chat will tell me. Chris Evans. It has
Okay.
Dwayne Johnson, Chris Evans, Lucy Liu, J.K. Simmons, Nick Kroll.
So Mathfinder, we were talking, and another thing that could potentially come into the plan here is we could potentially do a performance check. And even though PsiPrime is only trained, if there's a failure, we could just re-roll it using mythic proficiency and power our way through.
Yeah.
And I do get a +1 circumstance bonus because I am so cute. Mechanically, I am so cute.
I did not know that was a thing.
There is an awakened animal feat called "You're So Cute," and with
Nice.
with the Ancestry Paragon, I took it because there was kind of nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Linked it in YouTube chat.
I don't see it. Odd.
SwingRipper might have links disabled.
Yeah, might be.
I do like that the exclamation point is part of the official feat name. I mean, I also have diplomacy, but it's only trained.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. My grandpa needed help with the TV.
No worries.
Okay. And I will weigh in on it. I do think Die Hard is a Christmas movie because Christmas was a main driving factor of the plot. A movie that just happens to take place during Christmas time may not be a Christmas movie, but Christmas happening was the whole point of like Die Hard's story. You know? It was like the initializing reason for stuff to happen. It wasn't just like...
Yep.
So, it is more borderline, but it does count, because it was a major plot element instead of just background scenery. And that's where I draw that line. It is not a family Christmas movie necessarily, but it is a Christmas movie.
All right, so I think I am going to fly Ebb Scrooge in a with a Santa beard into this town.
All right. So, and this is where people in your chat are going to be so mad, but I'm going to ask you for a performance check or whatever to make an impression.
Oh, you mean the impressive performance skill feat that
you got from You're So Cute? Yeah. You know, it is a make an impression for the animal flying around the sky. Because you are Rudolph, you're not pretending to be Rudolph. So you're making an impression on the townspeople. So I think it counts, as a matter of fact. And now for Scrooge, I'm going to ask you to make a check to impersonate Santa Claus, which is deception.
Absolutely. How am I at deception? I am
You're trained.
Would holiday lore be okay?
I would allow holiday lore.
I'm probably higher on that. Yeah, holiday
And
lore.
also,
does Ebb Scrooge remove his Rasputin mask to play Santa?
Hold on. I think I have a mythic thing for this. Because I think I can use a mythic point to gain mythic proficiency in a lore from my mythic.
you can
calling.
use We've Met Before, which is a single creature.
Yeah.
Wait, you can get Santa Claus lore, and then use
Yeah,
Santa Claus
that's
lore
true.
to pretend to be Santa.
All right.
Yeah,
so
no, that's allowed. Yeah.
I will spend a mythic point.
Using We've Met Before to get mythic Santa Claus lore.
All right, fantastic.
I allow it.
So-
Like, that makes sense, you know? If you know everything about somebody, you can pretend to be them. You know?
All right, so
Feels mythic.
I am one step above legendary in my newfound Santa lore. So I will still need a
Plus 2
Plus two.
bonus somewhere.
2
Yeah.
bonus to this.
So you have a
Is
plus
this one-
24 Santa lore.
Is this one blind or public?
Go ahead and roll it public.
Let's go.
Nice.
Man, we are
There we
killing
go. With you going, oh, Merry Christmas, as you throw out all the presents in all the different boxes. Flying in the
Ebb
sky.
Scrooge reactively holds on to the gift cards and he has to like pry them away from his own hands.
Mythic Santa Claus roll. And so you fly across the town. I'm gonna have you. Actually, no, you're immediately gonna regain all of your mythic points because this is a mythic skill challenge you accomplish. Because you both succeeded. You have Santa
Huzzah.
flying on his sleigh, delivering gifts publicly. And everybody looks up, and you can see the fog begin to lift around the town. As you bring back mythic joy to this place that has been bereft of it for so long. And you can see the ornaments start to just appear back onto the trees. But as you're going around, you can still see something. The trees don't have stars yet. Christmas hasn't been saved just yet. And the presents you have isn't quite enough. But people believe again. And that's what matters.
I'll use my special strange compass to put a light spell on top of one of the trees.
All right.
I will apply it on 4 different trees with my light cantrip.
And with that, everybody in the town is cheering. And you can see the Christmas spirit immediately reinvigorates the town. And people are now doing the part themselves. They're wrapping lights around their houses that they bought from the Rasmiran stores. They are putting up the tinsel, and you can see them capitalistically buying gifts for each other. This is how things should be.
You know, this is real good.
Is there like a sick house in this town, or like a orphanage or something with hurt people in it?
Oh, we don't want to go there. Like they'll say
I
things
feel
like, "Please, sir, can I have some more?"
Yeah, I feel like giving them all like 50 hit points from Gardens and Groves over the course of a minute might also help Christmas cheer.
You know what else will help Christmas cheer? We got to get the big star back from that Yeti.
That is also true. SwingRipper, did you say everyone gets their mythic points back?
Yeah, completing a mythic
Awesome.
skill challenge recovers 3 mythic points for the whole party.
Oh, wow.
Like, yeah, there were minor things you could have done to gradually rebuild things, but you did it in the very mythic way of, no, let's recover it all at once. And I can hear somebody calling the house phone, so I'm gonna need to pick that up.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
these
you did
Do
the
your
mythic
thing.
accomplishment.
these rolls in the 40s because of mythic proficiency are just absolutely wild.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
So, like, rolls of this general caliber are going to be available just immediately, right? Because, like,
Yeah.
at level 1, you can have what? So 2, 4, 6, 8,
Plus
a
15, basically.
10, and then another 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. It is just kind of sinking in just from practice how exactly how crazy that is.
Yeah. It's also like I think people are really underestimating how good things like forcing save rerolls is.
Oh yeah, forcing save rerolls
Yeah.
is crazy.
All right. It was my aunt calling the
Alrighty.
house, so it's all good.
So we're good to go check out the weird end of the world gap and prove that the Earth is round once and for all.
So now that you go back to the gap, you can see it's just more terrain. You can see the storm and the fog gets worse, and you feel that's the direction the Yeti is. That's the source of the thing that stole Christmas.
All right.
Alrighty.
I'll set down and get out the sleigh that we got somehow. I guess we stole it from the edge of town.
You capitalistically bought it.
Yes. I will also mention that that's a lot tougher without Dancer and Prancer.
I mean, like, just do a good job. I'll tip you, I don't know, like 10% or something afterwards.
I don't think you understand how hard work works, but okay.
I mean, think you're worth 11?
Not the takeaway I was hoping for, but it's whatever. We're good. I'm gonna go help save Christmas.
All right.
Alrighty. Do we need to navigate through this fog, or are we
No,
able to
it's very
roughly-
clear where the path is, and you can
Okay.
feel it in your bones, the direction to save Christmas.
Okay.
Also, because I don't have a plan for what happens if you fail the checks, I'm just not gonna let the checks happen.
Also fair.
So there is a meta reason that would happen. If this was a long-term game, I would have you be rolling survival, but one shot, so I'm only prepping as much as
Yeah.
is going to be shown on camera.
All right, I'm going to reactivate my shining symbol.
All right.
I'm gonna I had my nose active.
Yep. And your nose is active. And as you're going through, you walk across the snowy place, and you see at the center the ice from your vision, and then you see it at the end of the road, sitting down, looking over its group of gifts. You see the abominable snow mage.
All right. I know that the chances of this happening are low, but I'd like to start off seeing if it can be reasoned with.
Okay.
Chances are extremely low. I am aware of this.
Well, so what are you doing to try and reason with it?
I mean, I'll walk up slowly. I mean, obviously I'm unarmed, just be like, hello. Hi, my name is Rudolph.
You see it turn its head.
Ooh.
It doesn't look happy to see you.
Okay, well, not attacking me immediately, so that's a good sign. How close can I get before he gets real angry? I want to make sure we're...
Its body language seems very hostile currently.
All right. So we were wondering, what was your reason for taking that star and gift bag? We're not being judgmental.
It is prone because it is sitting down, looking over its gifts.
Right. So we were just wondering why you took Santa's gift bag and that star.
So it's gonna get up and it's gonna look back at you. And you can see that's visibly going to be upset by the sight of you. And it is just going to let out a nasty roar.
Well, I tried.
It seems like it has been emotionally hurt by something. And I am going to actually roll a blind check for Rudolph. You don't understand why. At least not properly.
I wish I'd taken the feat Natural Ambassador so I could understand all animals, because I don't know if he's speaking a language.
He's not speaking a language, but you can just...
Mhm.
You feel like he understood you.
Okay. Is there some way we can make everything copacetic?
Define the word, please.
Everything all good.
Everything
Okay.
all good.
I thought
Both
that's what it
sides happy.
meant based on context, but I wasn't like sure if there was a deeper meaning I would miss by agreeing. So you will get to do like one more thing that you can try. What are you going to try and do to try and get this to not be a fight?
I mean, I'll just say I'll ask him what he would want to resolve any bad feelings or situations. I can see he has them. So what can we do to make everything agreeable for him?
You just want to take my gift from me, so have them! And it is then going to launch out a gift grenade.
Well, this went downhill quickly.
So you just see a massive like gift box fly through the air as it swings its bag, and it lands in the middle of all of you. Could all you give me a reflex save?
Chat has the right of it. He got angry because he didn't understand the word copacetic.
I think technically I'm flying too far above.
Yeah, you would be flying too far above.
So he's, I'm assuming he's initiating combat here.
This is an initiating combat type thing. Rudolph may roll initiative with diplomacy.
Very good. Rudolph will not, because his diplomacy skill is worse than perception.
Okay.
However, I would like to use a mythic point with that natural 20 reflex save.
To then launch yourself in a direction?
To launch myself 60 feet towards him.
All right.
Yeah, I am going to use a mythic point to reroll my 3 on the die for that saving throw.
All right.
Can I just roll another one, or
just roll another one, and we'll know that you actually have a plus whatever.
I'm using a mythic point to be better at initiative this time.
Okay.
Right, so I'm
that's fair.
in reflex, so expert, master, legendary. So I'll take a +8 to this roll,
which is gigantic.
Add that in. Well, it do be like that sometimes.
You must take the new roll. Both critically fail.
All right.
And you're the only one that's taking damage from the gift grenade. So you're going to be taking double this. Oh, I forgot that I need to roll public. And in addition, I need to roll an item from my list. I'm just going to roll a different item so that's public, because I have a roll table called Gift Box that is just a d20 of random gifts you might have found throughout the adventure. So, I just rolled before the session started. And so, bam, it's a Scroll of Sleep, so that means there's an additional 9 force damage applied on top of the 28. So, take another 18 damage on Scrooge in addition to the 56 from the normal.
So 56 plus 18 damage.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
And hey, you know what? There is a Scroll of Sleep on the ground now. If anybody wants to pick it up.
Rudolph does not have hands. Mechanically, he does. But, I mean, thematically, he doesn't.
And, I'm gonna just roll initiative for Rudolph and Eb Scrooge.
I think I already rolled my initiative.
Oh,
it didn't show up in chat.
Oh. Well,
so I'm just gonna roll that, and there is a Scroll of Sleep there. So I'm just gonna drop one of my unlocked chests, and I'm gonna give it the Scroll of Sleep. If you are standing next to there, you may take out the Scroll of Sleep and put it into your inventory. or into your hand or whatever. When it launches a gift grenade, you get to pick up the gift afterward. All right, and now initiative truly begins, with Eb Scrooge going first.
Sure.
And this area here
like-
is ice right next to it.
Yeah.
Like solid ice, so you will need to balance to cross it.
If you want to take some time to start healing, I can delay the start of combat with a wall of ice.
Okay.
If you want to do that.
Was I the only one that took damage there?
Yes.
Yes, you were the only one who took damage there.
All right. Let's start with a 2-action level 4 heal.
Oh wait, your reflex saving throw was actually not at Mythic with the 19. So you actually recover half that damage. Which means you heal yourself for 37, so I'm just gonna do that to you.
Okay.
Because of Mythic Point. Thank you, Mythic Point.
Also, I think your temp HP should be 0, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
temp HP should be 0
oh,
because
yeah.
you took damage.
It reset it to 20 for some reason.
Got it.
There we go.
Okay. No,
You're-
I'm at
you're looking
111
good.
of 126. No, I'm looking good.
Okay, so we don't need to delay the start
It's
of combat.
free
Okay.
initiative area of effect strike into the whole party. Didn't even undo all of the Resmiran free stuff.
All right. It cost a mythic point though. That's very real.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
cost
that's
me
a
mythic
cost.
point. And by cost, I mean I used it to catapult myself 60 feet forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's pretty nice. So I am going to go ahead and use God Speed.
Okay. And you're
so-
still in blind roll mode, so if you could change yourself to public.
Sure. That one? Cool. All right. So Godspeed is just going to go and give me a 10-foot speed to all of my speeds, and I am quickened.
Yep.
So
you do not
now
get the
I
extra
have-
quickened action until the start of your next turn.
Yeah, because you recover actions at the very, very
Yeah.
start of your turn.
I see. Okay. So let's
I think you'd
do-
still take and use Godspeed on this character.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Okay.
I'll take a movement as my second action, and as my third action, I'm going to go ahead and cast Trickster's Mirrors and get those going.
Okay. So it sounds like it is now going to be Jokal Frosty's turn.
Okay, I will also give myself a Godspeed,
Mm-hmm.
and let me give
I
myself a
think
quicken
Godspeed.
condition.
I think Godspeed costs an action.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he did Godspeed, Stride, Cast.
Okay.
Yep.
How do I give myself the +10 status bonus to speeds? I don't see any effect for that.
Um.
I mean, you can just keep track of it.
That is true. Yes, I can just keep track of it. Then I will use my.
So I'm just gonna give you the Tailwind effect.
Good idea.
Because Tailwind spell effect already exists, and I can just slap that on you for close enoughness.
I will move here, and I will command my familiar to move 15, 20, 25, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I guess we'll spread out a little, so the familiar will take a little bit of time going to a lower altitude. This will be around 15 feet. I will go up to 35 feet. And that will be it for this turn.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
Can
now,
we use the extra action to fly, or is it just the stride, leap, and step?
Just
So-
stride, lead, and
Just
step.
stride, leap, step? Okay.
I also have Godspeed, and
Yeah.
I looked into that for flying rules.
Okay.
Also, none of my monk speed stuff applies to any fly speed.
I am 90%
Yeah.
sure that includes all of you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You might have to eyeball it, but it looks okay.
Eclipse burst time. By the way, this will counteract all your light effects. Hope you have dark vision.
I do. Oh boy. That's a failure.
Normal failure.
What kind of save is
Yeah.
this?
Reflex.
Reflex.
Your favorite.
All right. Is in fact not my favorite.
Nat 20 from the familiar.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
Was I the nat 1 there?
You were the Nat 1, Ab Scrooge.
I am going to halfling luck that roll
Okay.
and
Yeah.
re-roll. Okay, that's better.
32 is a normal success. So the only failure is on Joko Frostel himself.
Question, do I fling myself 60 feet further with another mythic point?
If we start spreading out, it will be good, I think.
So, yeah, that's a hefty amount of damage. And so if people could just apply to themselves the half or full damage. And also, you'll have light effects on you. So, I counteract check you as long as I don't roll natural 1. Start with Rudolph's nose, which goes dim. Because Eclipse Burst is a couple levels higher than your nose.
Right.
So your light is going to go to 0. Update the token.
Here's my question, though. If I spend another mythic point, I fling myself out of Eclipse Burst.
I would allow that to keep your nose online. I would allow it.
All right, I will definitely do that then.
Because I think that the idea of you going faster than the speed of dark in order to keep the light alive is such a... It feels right. And, like, I think that's really what we should go with, you know? My heart says that Rudolph should be able to outspeed the speed of dark. Because he is Mythic Rudolph. Right?
I think that makes perfect sense.
I'm down to 1 mythic point, but I don't care.
Mythic Rudolph has sped outside of the speed of dark. Joko Frosty has taken damage. Ab Scrooge took the damage. The familiar critically succeeded. I believe that is the end of that effect. So I now close out of this. And I'm gonna go into Ab Scrooge's token and try to remove the light from there. It comes from the item itself. I'm gonna just unattune your item temporarily, just that way it's like...
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a check in combat for that.
Yeah. Just that way it's not like glowing. To represent what the map looks like. And if you click on Joko Frosty, you can actually see what dark vision is, where it turns part of the map black and white.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. So that was 2 of its actions. It is then going to use a third action. Oh, also, can Rudolph give me a will save due to a frightful presence?
I mean, I'll try.
All right. So, its frightful presence is DC 30, so you will become frightened 2 if you accept that roll.
All right, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Frightened 2. And it is then going to burn a mythic point. Fuse ability, recharge spell. And that'll end its turn.
All right, guys, I'm going to need some help real quick here. Because I'm going to get into the thick of things. I don't know how long that'll last against him.
Understood.
Action 1 is going to be... yeah, so action 1, enter Ironblood stance. Action 2...
And you can see all the gifts behind it.
Right. I'm just looking at speeds I have. Is the ice difficult terrain, or is it just make acrobatics checks to try and cross it?
It goes off of what the balance action does. So if you don't mind, I'm going to just look up the balance action. Critical success lets you move up to your speed, and it's a DC 20. Actually, it's DC 30 because it's a master balance task. It's one of the examples for a master task. Smooth sheet of ice. On a success, it is difficult terrain.
All right. Yeah. Dang it. All right. It's going to take me another action to get up there. I'm not going to get up there this turn. I will...
This way you only cross 2 tiles of ice and the rest is normal terrain.
Yeah, I want to get to him and still be able to do stuff and not let him pound on me. That's the
fair.
problem. So I'm going to move 40 feet this direction. I've not flown much this entire game.
Oh, wait,
Once you get to
I have a
that
thing
tile...
Oh, oops. I
I'm
was
sorry?
going to say, I have a thing that'll help him move an extra 15 feet. Sorry about that. I just forgot until now.
All right.
What does it do?
It gives you an extra 15 feet while you're moving.
What bonus is that?
Not a type. No type.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What ability does that?
Propulsive breeze. I can link it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the only thing is I do it right at the start of your movement. Oh, wait. Where do you start your movement?
Nope.
The turn
40 feet
started
back.
there.
Here. Okay, you're out of my reach anyways. Never mind then. I can't affect your turn.
All right, but
You're too far
it
from
will
me.
try and interrupt your movement here using its twisting tail attack. As you just see the tail, Santa's entire sack swings for your head. Boosh! On a hit, the target's move action is interrupted, and you did get hit.
All right.
So it is going to do its gigantic swing from this club of a tail. As you eat 38 damage. 5 of which is cold, and you probably resist it. Yeah.
So I take 33, so I take a total of 13.
Just click the damage button, Foundry figures out the resistances. Yep, there you go. Foundry figured it out. Thank you, Foundry.
And for my third action, I will parry to increase my AC.
And chat and push only works if you are doing exactly the strike action. It does not work if it's part of an activity. Because push, grab, all those, say if the previous monster action was a successful strike. And I did not do a successful strike, I did a successful twisting tail, which involved a strike. That is a distinction. And these creatures are built with that in mind. That is part of the power budget. And I know I intended that. So, it is a very fair ruling.
Yes. My turn ends, and I believe, unless he has something funky, my fear effect goes down to 1.
Yep, it does.
Which immediately gets ignored because of my smoothing Aeon Stone.
And once I end your turn, yep, the frighten does automatically tick down. There we go. So it is now Ebb Scrooge's go.
All right. So I'm going to use my Godspeed action to move 40 feet.
Also, it's difficult
Frightened
terrain to
Yep.
move when you're blind, and you cannot see at all in how dark it is due to the storm.
So, my Frightened 1 is ignored because of my smoothing Aeon Stone, and that's still applied.
Let me check. So, your AC normally is 30. Yeah, I'll just get rid of your Frightened entirely.
Yeah, you ignore status penalties. Oh, no, sorry, never mind. You ignore status penalties to skill checks only from Clumsy, Enfeebled, Frightened, Sickened, or Stupefied.
And only the first stage of them. So, you're still frightened. Okay.
Okay.
Eb
but
Scrooge.
not for grapple checks, which I can't do because he's too large.
Yeah, he is a gargantuan. And he's actually 5 tiles wide.
All right, so everything is difficult terrain. So I will use my Godspeed action to move 20 feet. 5.
Which can get you to here or here.
I'll do the one down.
Okay.
Oop, I'm not moving. Oh, I'm measuring.
Yep, it happens. 20 feet is here. Where my little cursor is.
Do I need to unclick measure?
Yeah, you need to click token tool.
Yeah.
You need to click token tools in top left.
All right, token tool. I am still measuring.
You go into token tools, then select tokens instead of the ruler. So you're in the top left. What do you see in terms of the
I
left
see
bar?
token controls and ruler in red. How do I undo ruler
So
in red?
at the top of your token,
Go to the drawn-in corners of the box.
at the top left of the screen,
tokens.
select tokens. Yep,
select
there
tokens.
you go.
Okay. So I think I should be there.
That is correct.
Mhm.
All right. So now, am I within 120 feet of the baddie?
No, not yet.
Nope.
All right.
One more stride action will get you into. You can go 30 feet to the next one if you.
All right. I will.
You can get to there, ish.
I'll slap a grasshopper and I'll leap then.
All right.
So if I can go to there. Now.
And you are just inside of its. Oh no, you're just outside of its frightful aura. Technically,
yeah.
You're one tile outside of it.
All right. So I will use one real action to sustain my Trickster's Mirror. And then I will use a mythic
Wait,
point.
I think you leaping actually sustains it as well due to your level 9 ability.
Yeah. No, my leaping sustains that, so that's good. That'll let me do something else. And then I will use my final mythic point to cast Diadem of Divine Radiance, which is going to fix our fucking darkness problem. So bright light within 60 feet, and dim light another 60 feet beyond that.
All right, I'll go edit your token. 120 feet of dim and 60 feet of bright. And the light animation will be, what color do you want your emanation to be?
How about a sexy purple?
Like so?
Fantastic. Definitely spooky and horrid. All right. So I'm going to cast Diadem of Divine Radiance.
Oh, it has a spell effect on it, so I can just drag that onto you and probably not need to deal with the token light. Yeah, there we go. And I'm actually going to modify it to be the purple that you wanted.
All right. So now how do I do my mythic proficiency attack here?
I think you just add in the bonus of +4 to go from master to legendary. Just when you roll your attack roll.
+6. You're going from expert to legendary.
Oh yeah, you're going from expert to legendary because spell attack. Yeah, so you get to add a +6. Just call it a circumstance bonus, I guess. Like, won't matter.
What do I physically click on to make this roll?
So
there should be an attack roll in the spell, right?
So when you're looking at your divine spells, you can click the +19 die next to your spell DC. And then in modifier, you can
okay. So
input
I'll
a bonus.
Do that with +6. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. So there's my attack roll.
Which will not work, sadly.
All right.
Unfortunate.
That is fine. We'll try again next turn.
Yep. But hey, light effect is happening.
One problem solved.
Yep.
So that was 2 actions, I guess. So I'm then going to switch my primary apparition so that I can use another focus spell later.
And I should mention, this is a 5th rank light effect. And it did just recharge its 7th rank darkness effect.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
I had 2 different free actions. 1 leap from Grasshopper, 1 from Godspeed.
Yeah. Got it.
Oh, that didn't include the +6? Okay, yeah. Chad is right. Did not include the +6. So it misses by 1.
Hit? Oh, damn.
All right. That's my full turn.
Okay.
Yep. Jokel Frosty?
God damn, I need a heal. I don't
think
what
this
I can
thing knows what that light effect does, so I think it's maybe not going to cast Eclipse Burst. I will give an intelligence check to see if it knows.
If I were to stand here, would I have cover from any Eclipse Burst it casts centered roughly here?
I would say so.
Full cover or just partial cover? I can't tell how big the rock is supposed to be. It's a
that
lot
rock
bigger
is
than I
like
am.
3 feet tall, so you getting behind it, it would be like, I'd say that Eclipse Burst probably would still damage you a bit, so I'm going to say it's greater cover against Eclipse Burst specifically. But like if it was a normal ranged attack, I'd say it's full cover, but like Eclipse Burst,
It's
I
huge,
feel like I feel like that. And I'm making a lot of feels like rulings.
I need to start getting closer, unfortunately. I just don't have much I can do at this distance. I'm just going to get behind this rock. Use a free action to pull out my scroll of second rank heal. Goddamn, I thought I had a third rank heal in there. I would have swapped it, but I forgot to. Oh, well. Second rank heal for myself. That's not gonna do very much. Yeah, okay. That is very unfortunate. Go ahead.
Well, in any
That is
case,
it for me.
It's a minimum of 20 hit points.
Yeah.
it is now the Abominable Snow Mage's turn, who is going to, does he want to counteract that spell? So if I roll below a 14, it will know what's going on and will act very tactically.
Below a 14?
Below a 13. Okay, so it's going to do the brutish play, which is walks up to here and will do a claw strike onto Rudolph. Crit.
Oh,
I may need some healing soon.
Critical claw strike. Dealing, oh my god. So go ahead and take that. And that has this funny ability called Improved Grab, which means that it is going to get to do this to you.
Oh boy, okay.
Again, due to Frightened. Restrained. And then all that Rudolph sees is a pair of jaws coming closer to his head.
Cool.
But you see them coming, you get out of the way just in time, so you just hear them clamp shut next to you. But that's the end of its turn. Such is a boss fight.
Yep. All right, so I do not know how this interaction works.
All right.
It has holding me at reach, so I cannot.
And
hit
you are
him.
restrained, so you can't make
Right.
attacks anyway.
Right. Oh no, and it's a manipulate action, so I can't do that. I can do entirely mental actions.
Yes.
So I'm gonna have to try and get out of this grapple check. That's really the only thing I can do.
Yep, you can try and escape. You can also parry, funnily enough, because that is not manipulate.
Yep. I will do an athletics check to try and escape.
Okay.
I will use my last mythic point to reroll that at
Mythic proficiency. All right.
Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do.
But yeah, part of me making a mythic creature is I make the base stat block also very rude.
Mm-hmm.
And that has minor mythic stuff thrown in as well for flavor. You know?
Nice.
You know
All right,
what?
there we
I
go.
think you're free. I think you are so free, you are the leader of a capitalist society now.
Let's see.
I think that even lets you take a step while escaping.
Oh, it does?
I'm pretty sure because critical escape, right? Escape.
no,
Critical
you're
success.
right.
You can then stride. Oh, it's stride up to 5 feet.
Stride up to 5 feet.
Stride 5 feet? Question mark?
I think it still should, so you'll eat its reaction, right?
I mean, then it'll just grapple me again.
No, it can't grapple you as a reaction.
It is gonna swing its tail though.
Yeah.
And its
But
tail
the thing is,
hurts.
Yeah, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to use a focus point, and I am going to disappear in a cloud of Christmas joy and presents, and appear here next to him with Shrink the Span.
Fair enough. Yeah, you do so. And it's like, huh? And it sees you next to it.
And then I would like to Flurry of Blows.
All right.
Why not? I'll use my second focus point to inner upheaval.
Okay. So an inner upheaval flurry of blows incoming now. Spell effect
Yes.
inner upheaval. Feel free to drag that on yourself and then do your thing. And also, for the people in chat, all of the creature stat blocks are linked below if you want to use them in your own campaign. Because I'm sure your group would appreciate getting clips bursted over and over and over again. 30 will hit, and nat 20 will crit.
He's going to have to make some 2 fortitude saves.
Yeah, so he's going to have to make
he might roll a natural 1 on his save versus being stunned and be stunned 1.
And can you also
Yeah.
roll the critical damage for me?
Yep.
And so I am going to preemptively heal it with temp HP for 10 because you combine the damage for weakness and resistance purposes.
Yep.
Yeah.
As I go ahead and I click all the damages. Then I will make its fortitude save against the critical specialization of your thing, which it will critically succeed very hard.
I mean, I'm just hoping for 1s on that die at this point.
And then it's
Yeah.
going to fortitude save against your other stunning ability, which will also critically succeed against very hard.
I mean, I did what I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is going to murder me now. I have 76 HP.
All right, well, that ends your turn. It is now on fire with a weakness to fire. But, you know, I think it has a reaction
Remember me!
to that last one, because it did take 46 damage. So it is going to use its reaction. Living Fragment, burning a mythic point. And then next to you, you see a Pine Claw appear with 46 HP.
I really hate these things.
As you hit it, and like one of its legs falls off a little bit as it begins to regrow itself and stand back up. You see the leg then start clicking as all the limbs shoot out, and you just see this thing staring back at you.
This
Oh boy.
this feels right. I mean, it feels very, very wrong, but it feels right for this creature.
And it goes next round after Rudolph. Actually, no,
I'm
it goes
okay.
before Rudolph next round.
Right
because
before,
that's
yeah.
that's how this reaction is worded. And that was a mythic point to do this, to be clear. And now it is
Is
back
that
to
me?
Ab Scrooge. Yep.
All right.
And
I'm
it
going
did
to
move,
use-
so I'm going to ask for your will save against Frightened. Because it does have a frightful presence that you are now inside of.
Okay, sure.
Boom. Yeah, so that will succeed. So you're only friend one.
Fantastic. Okay. Do you apply that?
I'm just dragged onto your sheet, so we're good.
All right, fantastic. All right, I'm going to start by using one action to sustain Diadem of Divine Radiance. I will make an attack against the brand new Pine Claw.
All right. Go ahead and target the Pine Claw.
T to do that?
T to target.
Yeah. All right,
Yep.
There we go. +6 bonus to it. Did that +6 actually apply on that roll?
It did not
You have
apply.
to click add. Like once you
Yeah,
say
yeah,
plus
you have
6,
to click
click add.
You
Yeah.
have to hit the
Alright.
add button. Yeah.
So that's a
But that
36.
was still normal hit. And not crit.
Okay, fantastic. So the target is dazzled for 1 round,
Okay.
and I'm going to deal 4d8 spirit damage, 1d4 persistent spirit damage.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage.
Sure. I did not see an easy way to do this.
Mythic is very new in Foundry. At the bottom of the spell description, there is roll damage. If you open up the spell on your sheet, just like click on its name. There's roll damage button at the bottom.
There it is.
Yeah, so just click on that. And then I'm going to just click damage onto my guy, and he has now taken damage.
All right. Fantastic.
I want everyone in chat to know that this is the most number of critical hits I've ever rolled on attack rolls in a single session ever.
Yeah,
All right.
and you're not
So-
even mythicing your attack rolls. I'm just kind of...
I'm just nat 20 4 times in a session.
But you can
It's
imagine,
crazy.
this would not be a fair fight if you did not have mythic points. It does have a spirit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has an anti-Christmas spirit, even.
Oh yeah.
All right. 40 gets me to there. How am I doing on distance?
Going any further, I'm going to need you to make some balance checks.
All right. I am 35 away. Oh, that is super inconvenient because heal is 30 feet.
30. Yeah. I think you're also actually 45 away, unfortunately.
Okay.
Rudolph is here.
You
Yeah.
are master acrobatics. You can attempt to just skate across the ice.
So
you
I've
can-
got one. If I leap, do I have to make a balance on landing?
I'll say you make a balance on landing to see if you keep your footing. But you just need to
All right.
succeed at that point.
I
you just fall
I'm going to
prone.
burn my final grasshopper then.
Okay.
And I will leap. So this.
I appreciate you for healing me, man.
Yeah, no, it just has to happen.
Yeah.
So 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to double check my grasshopper. I think I can leap like 40 feet. I think it's pretty absurd. Yeah, up to 40 feet. So that's 20. That's probably enough as far as range goes, though, right?
Oh yeah.
That's 20 feet away. Yeah, okay, cool.
And it's already burned its reaction this round.
All right, fantastic. So
Because
I
what's
will go
reaction to summon?
ahead and then sustain Trickster's Mirrors. I now have 2 copies up with that leap. And you want me to make a balance check now?
Yep. Acrobatics.
Acrobatics.
That'll do it. You're standing.
All right. So then I will do 2 actions, and I think we do one of the big ones here. I am going to cast a 5th level heal.
I mean, I am at 76 out of 148, so
Yeah.
that's.
Do you want a 4th level instead?
You do you. I'm just letting you know I am at half health. I just know that this thing will clobber me next round.
I think go for the 5th. Go for the 5th.
All right, let's do 5th level heal. All right. So now SwingRipper, remember when we made my character and we said, oh wait, no, I have 5th heal prepared. I can just cast that. Never mind,
Yep.
We're good. I don't need to heighten this one. Heal versus living, 2 action.
But yeah, you could also click the star for your heal in your first rank, and it goes to the 5th rank of your spontaneous animist, whatever.
All right. So that is a whopping 70 points of healing.
Which I will apply to Rudolph. Bring him to 146 out of 148.
Woo!
No overhealing here. And above average healing as well.
That was really good.
Yeah. Actually, are you full?
I am 2 points down from full.
Take those 2 points because I have a staff of healing.
It already applied in Foundry. You can see that.
Oh man, Foundry, sweet. All right, never mind. Okay, that's me.
All right.
Okay, this one's gonna be a really simple turn. I'm gonna throw out a lightning storm, place the burst to hit both of these fellas and not our friend Rudolph.
All right.
Let me roll my damage, and they can roll their saves.
Man, what is Lightning Storm? One of those 500-foot range spells?
No, it's 120 foot. If it was 500, I'd have set it up a while ago.
You might be farther than 120 feet away, though.
I checked. It's exactly... I can get exactly that far.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Oh, he...
Wait,
Mythic Resilience.
No. That's incorrect. The Mythic Resilience is applying the wrong way.
Okay.
That's just normal success. I'm gonna get rid of its Mythic Resilience on Fortitude because the creature I stole that from had Mythic Resilience in the other saves. But does have Mythic Resilience on Fortitude, not anything else.
Okay.
Aha.
So these are both succeeds. They'll take 15 damage each. Are there any other rocks that will give me cover that are further closer to this than I currently am? Is there a rock over here?
Let me go ahead and apply the half damage to all of them.
There looks to be a tree stump over here.
The tree stump can give you normal cover due to your small stature.
You're a tiny-sized creature.
Okay.
And there are these frozen trees that are coming out in the middle.
Okay, then I will not leave cover just yet, but at the end of my turn, I will fall down to 0, like the 0 altitude, and end my turn there.
All right. That is actually so funny. I'm just measuring some area. Wait, that's actually so funny. I have to. Look at how beautiful that is.
At least I have greater cover this time.
I do agree you do have greater cover. Just curving the bullet, basically, as it casts Eclipse Burst. All you go ahead and make the reflex saves. 32 will succeed and then crit succeed due to Rudolph being Rudolph.
Oh, God.
Oh, damn it!
I'd highly recommend Mythic rerolling here. Because,
Can't.
Oh, you haven't been tracking your Mythic points on your sheet. Well...
No, I'm out of Mythic points.
Well, this may be the end of Mr. Scrooge.
Yeah.
Alright, so the Eclipse Burst happens. Everybody apply damage to yourselves.
Yeah, so I take double that, and
Yep.
I will go down. The fact that my Tricker's Mirrors aren't doing anything here versus these area saves is brutal.
I'm also apologizing because Eclipse Burst has a critical failure effect.
Okay.
In addition to becoming dying. You are blinded permanently, as you can see nothing but the darkness of the burst.
Alright.
So are we trying to 2v1 this? I'm way too far to heal him.
I think you're gonna have to get out there and try and heal him on your turn.
I literally cannot.
Don't you have another heal scroll? Soothe scroll?
Yeah, but I literally don't have enough actions to draw it, unfortunately.
By the way, Eb Scrooge, because of the Mythic rules, when he dies, he just goes to Doomed 1.
True.
You have time.
I mean, we have time assuming we survive.
Assuming you survive, but that was 2 of its actions.
Yeah, and I don't have a mythic point to divert destiny.
Chomp. Hits. Damage. A little chunk into Rudolph, but that's it. That's the end of its turn.
Feels like it should have done 2 more damage for some reason. Oh, did you make its DC 5 flat check to hit me because it's dazzled?
No,
the Pine Claw's dazzled, not the Snowman.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it will roll a recovery check for its burning, as it still has this awful burning sensation from you hitting it, and it will take a bunch of damage from fire. It is now the Pine Claw's turn, who also kind of wants Rudolph dead.
I mean, that's fair.
And so it will claw.
Yep.
Damage. And then it will try and strangle. Actually, no, it's going to grab with its grab ability. Knock itself prone. Wait, no, it has to roll its flat check to target for that first strike anyway. Okay, so the entire thing didn't happen. Never mind.
Okay, just no damage.
So now it's gonna... I'm gonna remember the flat check first. Second attack does work. So we'll try and claw. Claw actually hits, does normal damage. This claw is accurate. And Rudolph takes 22.
Seems like 20 for some reason.
I don't know.
So weird.
Click the button to apply it to yourself.
Yeah.
And it'll automatically do the math. There we go. And it is going to try and grapple you, but in order for that to work, flat check. Nope. It will have the attempt. And this goes against your fort DC. Looks like Rudolph here is grabbed. But not restrained, just grabbed. And this guy's very close to being dead. Alright. And with my idea of mythic creatures are basically +1 level, this would be an extreme fight. And this is actually feeling like an extreme now.
Yep.
So it is Rudolph's go.
You're dead.
I think we might be dead. I'm so far I can't really heal, so let's see.
No, I think we lost this fight when the enemy got actions prior to the encounter starting, and we were 200 feet away.
Yep.
I have one thing I can do that might help. I have no idea. Oh no, that's not going to work. Well, I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to start off by parrying.
Okay.
I am going to flurry of blows.
All right.
I will start with the. I'll start with the big guy.
All right.
That's a miss. And then I will sweep into the other guy.
All right.
Why?
Unfortunate.
And then why not? I have one focus point left. I will cast the one action version of Chi Blast, hitting both dudes.
Okay. And that is manipulate, right?
It is manipulate, yes.
Give me a flat check, DC 5.
How do you roll a flat check in this thing?
Just in the bottom of your screen in chat, there's like a D20 icon. Click that and click roll.
Oh, no, it doesn't work.
Oh no.
Sometimes when you roll up to an extreme fight,
Yeah.
and that ends your turn. Ebb Scrooge would have his turn moved right before the snowman. It's Joko Frosty's turn.
So you have free movement because you have Godspeed on, right?
Yes, I do have free movement. Hail Mary, I can try here. First, with Cackle, I'm gonna sustain Lightning Storm. And I'm just doing this again so I can re-roll the damage. I'm not actually casting it again.
Alright, and then I'm gonna make the reflex saves for both these guys.
Yep.
Both succeed, so they both take half damage.
Okay.
Killing that guy and dealing half damage to the boss.
Oh, that actually makes my life a little simpler. Okay. I will use my quickened action to move till here. I think that was fine. That was... Oh, I have a little bit more. I can get till here. Yep. Then I'm still too far to actually heal him, and I don't... Yeah, I'm still too far to heal him. Next turn, I will get him. But this turn, I'm just buying time. I will throw out a 10-foot wall of ice. So I'll just draw it straight line like this. Just separating Rudolph from...
Okay.
How do I stop drawing?
So you're thinking like so?
Yeah, that works. Yeah, just separating him and Rudolph so that he has to spend at least a little bit of time breaking through it before we get to Rudolph, or going around it, either way. That'll be it for me.
Yeah, you can put the wall there. And this thing is now locked behind the wall of ice, so it is going to, I think, just like punch into the wall of ice with its fist. Actually, no, it would.
Crack the HP.
Its fist is its lowest damage attack and knows that. It sees the wall and it's going to try and shatter it by swinging around with the tail. The wall has an AC of 10 and is immune to crits. So it's guaranteed to hit.
Immune to cold, yeah.
There's a 1 on that die, which would just turn it into... Never mind.
No, it'll still be it'll still hit.
Yeah, turn a crit into a normal hit. It's immune to crits.
Yeah. Yeah. So how much damage does it do with the thing?
So in terms of just bludgeoning, it is dealing 30.
42. So
it's dealing
just
30 in terms of bludgeoning. It looks like.
Have you already subtracted the hardness?
Oh, 30 in terms of dice. Yeah, 42.
42, and then minus 10, so 32. So it takes 32 damage. It's at 8 health. The wall actually still is standing.
And then you're just gonna hear another swing of the tail. It tries to slam into the ice wall.
Yeah.
And then it's gonna shatter the wall wide open.
Hell yeah.
SwingRipper, it appears I still have the grabbed condition, even though the creature that was grabbing me is dead.
I just forgot to remove it from you. There you go.
Okay, very good.
You're no longer grabbed, and it now is at multi-attack penalty maximum, and it still wants to grab at Rudolph.
I mean, it's probably going to get me. It's
so
plus
it's going to shove a
3
claw
mythic
out.
Monster.
Yes!
And due to the multi-attack penalty, you've negated its damage for 1 turn as it roars.
That's gonna be big. I can bring Scrooge back up.
And then it's going to actually take damage from its burning.
Yes.
Recovery check.
Oh, boo.
Alright.
It's back, and I'm gonna go help my grandpa take his pills, because it's that time. I think that's a note to take a small break on.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I am willing to give a mythic point back to the entire party, because I think you've all been playing very well. And you've been showing sacrifices for the sake of the team, all of you. So I think you all deserve 1 mythic point back.
Won't say no.
I will not say no to that.
I think you deserve it. Chat can say that you don't deserve it and I'll take it back, but I think you all deserve it.
Speaking of chat, is there anybody in chat that has any questions while Swing is getting his thing done? Answer some chat questions.
I think the wall of ice might be the break we needed.
The wall of ice might be the break because he broke it instead of killing me.
Yeah, I think now we might actually have a chance.
Yeah, so chat, I know this is my spicy take that people think I'm terrible for, but this is why I hate Timber Sentinel, is because people are like, oh, you can just automatically crit it and get rid of the tree in one hit. And no, because sometimes even with the crit, the tree survives, and it takes the enemy into multiple attack penalties every round.
How does difficult terrain work on a line like a wall of ice? So they say the wall of ice is 1 foot thick and doesn't occupy its space, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's just unless you're drawing.
Once it gets destroyed, it leaves difficult terrain to any creature passing through it. So as I understand it, Xavion, if your movement goes between those two like let's say the line was here and there's a square here and square here. If you go like this into the square, you treat it as difficult terrain. But if you had gone like this, you wouldn't, because the line was over here. That's how I think that's intended to work.
And if you're wondering, drawing a line on difficult terrain doesn't stack unless it specifically says
that's
if
also
it's
true,
already
yes.
difficult terrain, it becomes greater difficult terrain.
Yeah, that is also true. Also, my familiar is just chilling in the back, not really trying to participate in any more combat. Doesn't wall of ice break in 10-foot sections? Correct. A 10-foot section has been broken. If I guess I can mark it, it would probably look like this. Oh, that did not. I didn't mark it.
All right. I think it does break in 10-foot sections.
Yes.
Which means it's going to need to walk around the wall, which is going to be still very funny. But it broke a hole for it to punch through.
Yeah. Yeah, it can punch Rudolph. It can't get to the rest of us without walking around the wall or climbing over it.
I think that because this is the doorway and a large creature thing, that you can move through that at half speed.
Okay.
Because that was the ruling of large creatures. So I'm going to say that it's like half speed while it's moving past the wall with all 5 of its tiles.
Okay.
I think that's a fair compromise.
Yeah.
And it's off guard the entire time doing that.
Terrain, so yeah.
And it's off guard the entire time because it can't move well.
Yeah.
I think that's the fair middle ground. Here.
Oh, yeah. I'm about to buy us some more time. I just realized what I could do.
Oh?
Okay, well, it is Rudolph's go.
All right, so I'm going to spend one of my actions to use the mythic point I just got back to get all of my focus points back.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, go figure
Here
the
we
monk
go.
chooses go figure the monk chooses the thing that to
Mythic
get back.
refocus.
Yeah.
Hey, GM,
Then-
you just gave me back 3 focus points. Time for me to self-heal. Don't.
Self-heal, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to use my focus points for inner upheaval.
Yep. Here we go. But this is what a mythic game is. There's so much nonsense going on that isn't normal for the level. But you have the tools to deal with it, in theory.
Yeah.
And you're using all of the tools now, because extreme boss fight.
I don't think this damage includes the 2d6 from inner upheaval.
Drag the spell effect onto your character.
Yeah, drag spell effect inner upheaval onto your character.
Okay.
And then it'll ask you what damage type you want.
Yeah.
Force. Okay,
static.
cool.
And then
Hit. Damage. Yep. Can you roll me the other attack for Flurry of Blows?
yep.
A miss? Okay, so I'm just going to click damage normally and not worry about the double dipping of weakness.
Second, so that is action 1, action 2, action 3. I'm going to use my second mythic point, so I only have 1 left, to shrink the span and teleport 40 feet away.
Okay.
Or not 40 feet, but I'm going to teleport back here.
Yeah, you get there.
Where did you teleport to? I don't see it.
You didn't move your
I'm
token yet.
Moving him now.
Oh, got it. Okay, there.
I disappear into a red and green mist of garland, presents, and Christmas joy.
As you then appear a certain distance away.
Yep.
All right, that's your turn. Now, Jokel Frosty. And also
Okay.
the spell effect of Diadem is counteracted. It's gone.
I still have
Oh,
my
damn.
my
Okay.
nose going though.
Yeah, the nose is going though.
Mm.
Sure. Do I lose the entire spell or just the light portion?
The entire spell gets counteracted because all of it is a light
Understood.
effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it has the light trait, Eclipse Burst will try and counteract it when it gets cast.
Sure.
Okay. I will position myself here. Oh, whoops, that's just a ruler. I will position myself here, and I'm within 30 feet of you. Yes, I am. I will draw a scroll of 3rd rank heal, and then I will use that scroll of 3rd rank heal. Heal versus living. Roll healing. Yeah. That's for you, Scrooge. It's not a lot, but it's not 0.
All right.
Yeah. And this is probably the last time I'll be sustaining this spell because he'll probably move out of it soon. But I will sustain my Lightning Storm. So let me target him again and throw that out.
All right, so reflex save.
Yep. That was very low damage, unfortunately, so...
Oh, also,
Oh, he
there's a
failed.
1 on that. I did hit him with one of my 2 flurry of blows. I forgot. So there's a 1 on that die. He might be.
But,
Stun. Oh, true.
you know, if there is a 1 on the die, he goes up a degree of success, down a degree of success, and what's your class DC?
Well, that's not one of the die, anyways.
Your class DC is 29. Yeah, a 1 on the die would have him normal fail because he can only go up a degree of success 1 time. Because I think that's how degree of success stacking stuff should work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because, like, I don't feel like Incap and Divine Resilience should both, or, like, the Mythic Resilience should both apply.
All right.
Feels kind of...
I think
I wanted to
that's
move
true.
here.
I think that's true. There's a sprite that gets turn failures into successes on certain types of will saves. So if you stack that with resolve, that turns failures into critical successes. And I think somewhere on the forums, one of the Paizo devs said that's not supposed to work.
Yeah. I don't think you're supposed to go up 2 degrees of success for any reason. 1 is already so backbreaking.
Oh yeah.
So Eb Scrooge
that's
is
it for me.
dying. Can Eb Scrooge give me a dying flat
No,
check?
No,
I'm not.
he...
I was just
He's
healed.
healed? Okay, then
was
you are
healed,
no
yeah.
longer dying. You're still prone and on the ground and blinded. You cannot
Okay,
see
so-
anything.
I can still use area of effect spells, but attack spells
Yeah.
are basically fully off the table.
You can hear the world around you. You can still hear the monster around you. You hear Rudolph just appeared next to you. You can
All
tell
right,
generally
so-
what tile people are in, but you can't tell anything more
I thought
specific.
Rudolph had light. I thought Rudolph had light on him.
But
he's
No, I'm-
he's
permanently
permanently
blinded.
blinded due to the Eclipse Burst crit fail.
Right.
Permanent blind. You see nothing
Which
but pitch
he can
black.
get rid of tomorrow, but that's not right now.
Yep.
And you need to
so
counteract the 7th rank ability
Mhm.
tomorrow.
I could blast or I could heal myself.
It's up to you.
I'm gonna say that if you target
yourself.
I think that if you target yourself, you don't need to flat check because, like, you know.
Yeah.
You can also just throw Garden of, or you don't have Garden of Groves up, so.
I think heal yourself, get up, and get out of there.
Remember,
Alright, so
blinded. Everything is difficult terrain now.
Yes.
Oh no, he's gonna jump like he always does.
And I will
am
ask
out
for
of
balance checks because
grasshoppers.
you are on the ice.
Can my Godspeed action be used to stand? Probably not.
No, but I think
You
you could.
You couldn't use Godspeed this turn if you activated it anyway.
He already has it. He never
Oh, he has
technically
it,
lost
okay.
it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
It's
true.
active for a minute.
Yep.
Yeah.
Doesn't say it goes down when you go down.
Alright.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we use all parts of the mythic system in this table.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna use an action to stand. I will
Okay.
use an action to move 20 feet. Not measure.
Balance check,
move
please.
this. Alright. Roll that first. Back row.
You're good. No, wait, you're not good, right?
Well, the area you're trying to travel through does have stones that you can kind of get grip on. I'm gonna say that's enough because the map does show some stones there. I would say 25 was the DC for this section of ice. In that middle where Rudolph is, that's a DC 30 land.
Alright, so one action move, Godspeed, free action, and then we are going to do... How many Animist Apparition slots do I have at 5th level? I have 1. I think I will use a 5th level heal from my Animist Apparition slot. Oh, you're not gonna let me just recast that? Okay, so now I need to have another spell slot. So click star.
Make it a signature
Okay,
spell.
That'll do it.
Because
Alright,
Animus gets to
yeah.
have all their spontaneous stuff be a signature spell. We just didn't mark that in Foundry because it gets really annoying to scroll through a spell list when everything is a signature.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and heal for 66.
Alright.
Which is pretty darn good.
And suddenly the game's
Well,
looking
solid
very
healing.
other way.
To be fair, there was a very generous mythic point in the middle there.
Yeah, but like, the rules do suggest giving out mythic points for heroic sacrifices, and like, is there any other way to quantify what you are playing right now?
All right, that was me.
I don't know if that's sarcasm or legitimate, but if it's legitimate, yeah, I made the map in Dungeon Alchemist, and I really like how this map came out, and I like the spell effect in Foundry. And if you're commenting on stuff like the star that I quickly drew in before the game started, or the wall of ice, then yeah, it's great. What are you talking about? This is about the production quality you can expect from one of my games in Foundry.
I mean, it's better than what my friends and I normally do. Normally, we just have a dry erase map and we write tree, rock, bridge.
And that's the production value you can expect from my in-person games. Oh yeah, the weather is a Foundry effect.
I have a GM's toolkit full of terrain. You know.
My favorite was my friend one time drew something really quick
All right.
because he didn't think we'd be fighting on that map. And we were like, hey, what is that? And he's like, it's a tree, shrub, branch thing. And then wrote on the map, tree, shrub, branch.
I believe that's Scrooge's turn, so I'm going to have the Abominable Snow Mage do the thing.
Yep.
So Rudolph. Tail attack.
Oh, it can reach from there, huh?
Yeah, 30 foot.
Goddamn.
Damage. Alright, eat that. And then, because that was an actual strike, it then gets to make a shove attempt onto Rudolph. A 35. And Rudolph's Fortitude DC is 18, so that does not crit. But it will still push you 5 feet, and it will follow the push by 5 feet. Now it's starting to squeeze into that area.
Can you do a 5-foot movement into difficult terrain?
Through... Yeah, that's what I was
doesn't say
thinking.
anything about difficult terrain. I'm just counting that as 5 feet of progress going through this. It is then going to spend a stride action getting to here.
Okay.
And then finish off that stride getting to here.
Cool.
Okay, on that last stride that wasn't difficult terrain, I'm going to try to lose the path. Why not?
Will save. Nat 20.
Goddamn. Okay.
That's his turn.
I will use a reaction to step lively and step 5 feet away from it.
Okay, and you do have the feat to step into difficult terrain.
I do.
I do like the vibes of in-person better, but this is a good group.
Question.
Uh-huh.
I was previously sustaining a focus spell. Can I still sustain that spell, or is that gone since I went
It's
down?
gone if you fail to sustain it for a round.
Okay, got it. So Rudolph then?
Yeah, go to Rudolph.
All right, start off with parry, just because I always do when I have the actions for it. And I mean, it's going to be a rinse and repeat. I'm just going to iron sweep, flurry of blows into this guy.
Apparently, my jank setup did not work for a little bit, so...
Says 35 to hit.
Okay, we should be back. Alright, 35 to hit. That will, of course, hit. Bang. 22 damage.
Plus some more because of fire.
Yep,
Vulnerability.
Founder automatically applied it. It's near death.
All right, I'll follow up with that attack. Ah, that's a miss.
Nope.
Third action. You know what? I'm going to shoot for the moon. It is super unlikely to happen. Is there a penalty for failing to shove? Do I get knocked prone?
Yes.
Crit fail only. Crit fail only.
Crit fail, you
Yeah, okay.
get knocked prone.
In that case, I have a third action I don't know what to do with. That's always the thing, right?
You can prep an aid.
You know what? I'm just gonna do harmonize self.
Okay.
That's a good call.
I do like aid a lot on Monk, because Monk, like, and you specifically, you don't have a good reaction. And also I want, you already burned all your mythic points, so that's good. I want everybody to keep their mythic points on their sheet accurate. Using the right click and left click stuff. So, Rudolph self-heals. And that's your turn. So it now goes up to Joko Frosty.
Okay. I will try to cast a Briny Bolt with Mythic Proficiency at this fella.
Okay.
Hopefully that works. Please work. Yes! Critical hit!
You got it.
That's gonna be big.
And
Yeah,
he's gonna
hits
be blinded
crit due to Mythic.
forever.
Crit due to Mythic. It's gonna take all that damage and
Blinded for one
Blind
round,
for a
dazzled
round?
for 1 minute.
dazzled for a minute.
Yeah.
And it goes.
Okay. what else do I want to do now? I don't have very much I'm going to do with one action.
Start stepping away from him. I mean,
Yeah,
in
I
4 or
might.
5 rounds, you'll get away out of his tail reach.
I will use my quicken action to step, and then my one action to step.
All right.
And that is it.
Behaving like Ab Scrooge.
All right. Speaking of me, why don't we burn a mythic point here to cast a... Oh, nope. Go away. To cast a 4th level mythic fireball.
All right. It is going to make a reflex save. So it gets a 33, but your save DC is actually way above 33 because it's mythic. So it's going to take full damage. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right, excellent. So for a 4th level...
You can click roll damage in Foundry chat. You know, a 4th rank Pathfinder fireball is a 3rd rank D&D fireball. It's kind of wild. And it takes full damage and you just see it go. And it starts burning up. And then you see something else inside it. As it burns its final mythic point and uses its reaction. Or rather, a free action. For Undying Myth.
Oh boy.
As it brings itself back from the brink.
Oh my lord.
And then, as it brings itself back, it cries out, I just wanted gifts for myself!
We have a gift card.
As it then... That's the end of your turn, it's going.
I have one question, Swing.
Hold on, why is that the end of my turn?
Oh, right, you have your quickened action.
So I've only used 2 actions, correct? I cast a mythic fireball.
You said
or does it cost me a point?
Mythic casting is a meta magic that costs an action.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, then I have a Godspeed action.
Yep.
I will step for what that's worth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You do step.
Swing, can you double the damage on the briny bolt?
If it did double damage, it would have revived itself earlier and cried out earlier, so I can undo the fireball.
So, basically, apply the fireball now to his 50% health rather than the thing, because
Yep.
basically, spells don't double their damage on my end, they double the damage on your end.
Yeah, I just forgot that. But anyway, so it's blinded, it takes all this damage, it cries out about the gifts after getting blasted by the fireball.
So, Thraben's damage applied after it revived, which is really good.
And so now it is badly injured, no mythic points remaining, blinded, lashing out at the world that didn't give him any Christmas presents.
So, Bud, I'd love to give you some Christmas presents, but you realize they only go to the nice people, right?
You're getting bitten for that one.
I think I'm Path of the Guardian. That's my job.
Crit and enjoy your fatal D12. Crit.
That's fun.
That's a lot of die. Oh my god!
Hey, guess what? I'm not dead. I'm at 21 HP.
And yeah, it's then going to just try and bite again. If at first you don't succeed, bite, and bite again. But
Flat check?
flat check.
Yes!
Blinded, Lamau, rip, bozo.
Blinded by the light. Now we get to monetize. Do.
Oh god.
And its final attack is lost due to blinded. Let me just see if that attack would have hit. Let me just see. Let me just see
for
it.
the emotional value.
For the emotional value. That was good emotional value. That was good emotional value.
Rudolph, end this guy.
And now you know he just won presents for himself.
I mean, lots of greedy people who are naughty want presents for themselves.
That's a
And you're
very
now
human
starting to
thing want.
realize what that feeling was at first. You remember the feeling of being left out from all the reindeer games.
Too bad. I went on a fun journey with Hermie and Yukon Cornelius. Maybe he should have done that.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So just flurry of blows.
All right, and because he's blinded, he is off guard, so you can beat up a blind guy. The poor defenseless,
He
blind
is
guy that
not
crits for
defenseless,
100.
sir. I take umbrage with that. He is not defenseless.
Your officer, I drop kicked that blind guy in self-defense.
Officer, that guy had weird magic spells that permanently blinded my friend. I feel no remorse.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So there you go. Second attack. Miss.
All right, so he is going to go ahead and take some damage.
I used parry.
Mhm.
I will cast guidance on myself.
Okay. Sure.
It's a one action activity.
It only lasts until the start of your next turn, so I'd recommend preparing it.
Hey, bonus to saves, I guess.
Yeah.
It would-
Wait, can I make a request? Instead of guidancing yourself, can you aid my attack roll so I'm more likely to hit?
I mean, sure, it's at a -10, but
No, aid is not an
Aid doesn't
attack.
have that.
aid doesn't suffer multiple attack penalties.
Aid isn't an attack.
Because yeah,
It's a
All
great
right.
third action.
yeah.
Some people say that you have to be adjacent to the person that's attacking to do the aid.
I mean, as long as you justify it in a way that makes sense in the fiction. So,
Yeah.
like, if
Right,
you are
very
like,
good.
I'm trying to gather its attention via intimidation or athletics, I'd allow that.
All right, I have pretty good acrobatics.
Or athletics. So you can just say, I'm trying to keep its attention, keep it focused on me so that my ally can shoot in the back.
Yeah.
And we will roll your aid check once the attack roll happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We can keep that because it's about to happen anyways.
Yeah, it's about to happen right now, and then that's going to
Yeah.
be the roll. And that is a
Yeah,
critical
so-
success on aid, so that's a +3 circumstance bonus to whatever you're doing.
+3, so +6 from my mythic on type, +3 circumstance from the
+9
buddy.
swing, auto crit,
crit on a
Bang.
13.
bang!
So
What
double
boss
that,
fight?
He's probably dead from 82 damage.
Bang! As your briny bolt, you channel it up, all the power of the oceans, and you just blast through its heart. And you then see the core of Christmas fall out, roll across the ground.
I mean, I don't see that.
Yeah, that's true. Everybody except Ebb Scrooge sees. And you see all the presents there, the gift basket there, and the Yeti begins to shrink up. And then when it shrinks, you just see in the middle, just like this poor Leshy with one glowing blue eye.
Oh,
See, Mario, I told you, boss fights in Pathfinder are easy.
well, I guess I'm going to be the seeing eye reindeer for Ebb Scrooge until we can get back to the North Pole. And I'm going to assume that Santa is like a Fey eldest and can probably reverse his blindness.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
But what are you gonna do with the little crying snow Leshy? Give me a
I
moment.
mean-
Is he still alive?
Yeah, it's still alive. It's just kind of like they're crying.
Well,
I don't have
I-
art for the little snow
Yeah.
Leshy, but just use your
I,
imagination for just like this little pile of snow with two eyes.
I mean, I don't have like mythic knowledge or anything like that. Do we know what caused it to be giant and super evil? Because if that's not going to happen again, I say we just take him back to Santa and have Santa teach him the true meaning of Christmas.
So you believe that the Christmas orb, when somebody that is not Santa is holding it, if they are not pure of heart, it can corrupt them.
Okay. So let's, does somebody have mage hand? We can just mage hand that orb into a sack so we're not touching it. Eb, you don't get to touch that orb.
Oh, why not? It might cure me.
The orb is communist.
Oh, I mean, we wouldn't want that. No.
Why else would it be
Here's my
red?
deception check. That's a 10.
It's red. Of course it's communist.
Do we have any way to bring the orb back without touching it, I guess? I don't have any.
You could put it in
spells at all.
Santa's sack, just like take Santa's sack, scoop up the orb.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
And as you pick up Santa's sack, you notice that shrinks down to be a comfortable size of a bag for you. But the top of it can still expand as wide as you need it.
Nice.
It's an ultimate bag of holding.
That was another rank 10 mythic ritual. Santa wastes a lot of gold on mythic rituals.
Like real capitalism. It's real capitalism.
Yeah, finance department is super angry with him all the time.
Look, the unpaid elf labor needs to go to somewhere.
Actually, Santa a while ago switched from elves to gnomes because they're small sized, and he just recruits gnomes that have gnome obsession with toy making.
But people on Earth still call them elves because, like, humans,
the information just hasn't disseminated yet.
Yeah. Like, canonically, 1945 Earth, whatever it is right now in the Galarian setting, they just don't know what elves are. Tolkien has not come around yet.
1925, right? Because...
So I think 1928 was 12 years ago or something like that.
Well, because it's...
in canon.
When was Rasputin killed? Because that happens in Reign of Winter.
So that was 1916. Reign of Winter release date.
Yeah, Reign of Winter, you fight Rasputin, I believe.
That was 2013. So, or it was like 4713 or whatever.
Yeah. So there you go. So it's like whatever, 10, 12 years later.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the 1920s.
It's 1928. Yeah.
All right.
I know too much about Pathfinder.
Just you?
So moving along.
I don't want to speak for anybody else. I don't speak for anybody else. So yeah, I'll put the little snow leshy, assuming he's tiny sized, on my back.
Yep.
I'll be slowed 1. Because I'm carrying another sentient creature, even though he's unconscious.
No, he's not acting in any way, so it isn't slowing you down at all. He's basically just equipment.
Cool.
You guys can put the Santa's toy sack on me, and I will act as a seeing eye reindeer for Eb Scrooge till we can get back to the North Pole.
Yeah.
And you can go put all the gifts, put the star away.
Oh yeah, sir. Yeah.
As you go back to the town, you put the star on the largest tree, and you see it grow and grow and grow until it becomes a beacon of Christmas cheer for the whole world. And all the fog begins to lift, and you see it emanate outward as the weather becomes clear, except for some very, very light snowfall.
Well, we've saved Christmas again. Now, Christmas will be in jeopardy 3 more times this year. That's just how it works.
But the future times it's in trouble, they're known as not my problem anymore.
Yes. Hermie.
Not Yoko's problem. Yoko's leaving.
Also, for this map, I actually did just tint the image slightly darker. So that way when it's at night, it was really dramatic.
It looks good. I liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the map is excellent.
Yeah, they're gonna have to send Hermie on the next mission. Yukon Cornelius, maybe.
All right, so you all saved Christmas. You bring back the little Leshy to Santa, and Santa's gonna give that one a little lecture about what you do when people pick on you. And it's to monetize the trait that makes you different from everybody else in the true Rasmussen way.
Remember, you only have self-worth if other people want something from you. Santa taught me that.
And that's where we end our game. But you got all the gifts back. Santa can distribute them. This year, that Leshy is on the naughty list, but they're also offered a job.
Next year is another year, right?
Yep, next year's another year. And now they have a job at the workshop moving gifts around, where they can use some of the core of Christmas until they become a pure-hearted Yeti.
I like it. Although, technically, wouldn't he be a Yao Guai? Because he's alive snow. And that's not and Leshies are plants.
This one also has wooden core and like wooden stumps and like
very
everything.
good.
It is both
I am
wood and
satisfied.
water in terms of its elemental types.
I am satisfied.
Because, you know, Christmas is about the trees and the snow, you know? It has to be both.
No, it's 100%.
And I had to give it both traits so it could summon either the Snow Mage or the Pine Claw when it gets crit with the
Oh,
mythic
yeah.
That
ability.
makes sense.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which would have been worse for us. I think the Snow Mage could have messed me and Scrooge up, but the Pine Claw was messing Rudolph up.
Yeah.
And the Pine Claw is messing Rudolph up, and also the Pine Claw has a better AC. And so that was my deciding factor. Because if I was spawned the Snow Mage, I would have spawned it behind and then started using wall spells to support and been really obnoxious.
True.
And so, like, I was deciding which one of those two playstyles I wanted to approach with.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because then I would have the Snow Mage in the back using healing spells and doing a bunch of crap. But I figured that wouldn't be fun.
Yeah.
Also, given how tight that fight was.
Mhm.
Because I knew I was pushing the boundaries of what I could reasonably get away with a lot in this adventure.
It was good. I liked it.
Yeah, it was super fun.
The biggest problem was just the raw range. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
him
I'm
having
going
the
to
huge
measure
range
this
advantage.
shit. So, like, it
It
started
was
back here by the
210
star.
feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. With all due respect,
It
like,
was.
I mean,
Yeah, and I knew that.
I was going to have to use Wild Stride, which I picked up from my Ancestral Paragon to move 100 feet.
Yeah.
For 2
Mhm.
actions.
I was expecting Rudolph to immediately, like, get really close to it. And it started to have to, like, go, okay, I have this thing that I need to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And also there's the opportunity of going quietly up to it because I said it was looking away.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically getting its attention from far away.
Yeah.
And then letting it wind up a swing and like... And if you did pass that check, which you got like an 11 on or something like that, it was really bad. You would have then known that the person inside was hurt in the same way you were by being left out in some way.
Oh, that's sad.
And then you would have had the leverage to be able to open up that dialogue.
Probably wouldn't have been as good for the stream to just have a...
And that was the other
a
thing,
good
because it was
cry
like,
about it.
okay, it would make sense for you to figure this out immediately, but it wouldn't make as good of a story unless you
No,
really did a good die roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'd find that if you did a mythic die roll, now you negated the boss fight. That's fair. But like, that creature was also lashing out and was not exactly fully logical.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So, does chat have any questions? It is 7:30 if people need to leave.
Yeah.
7:30 Pacific time if people need to leave.
Yeah.
Does chat have any questions for us? Or for me, at least? I'm willing to stick around for a few minutes.
And I'm absolutely
Yeah, I
down
can
to
stick
hang
around
out.
for a little bit. Yeah.
So after building and playing in a mythic game that I tuned to be very difficult
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of ways, and like I knew I was throwing things that are not reasonable challenges. Because I think that's what it means to be in a mythic game.
Yeah.
You have a lot of
Yeah,
challenges that are not necessarily within the realm of reason for normal
30-foot
characters.
range with attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
It only triggered on movement. It was not attack
it
of
only triggered on
opportunity.
movement, which is why didn't trigger off of Shrink the Span, which is a teleport and does not have the move trait.
Yep.
And that's why I could briny bolt him at that distance, which is really important.
Yeah, and that's why I specifically decided no reactive strike baseline, because I felt like that wouldn't be fun.
Yeah.
And when I'm designing a monster, I design for fun first, thematic second, and then third, whatever else I want to do.
Yeah, range with reactive strike on anybody, monsters or PCs, can get real rough. I just played a game with my first level Animist, and I had the warrior, the Herald of Battles or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
With a breaching pike, and twice people ran in. I crit them on the reactive strike that the focus spell gives you, and they just died outright.
To answer Oyman's question, I do plan to make a video about, like, not specifically Mythic Resilience, but I think this has given me a bit of a idea of what I want to make the video on. It's more or less going to be in a Mythic gameplay is not what you think kind of way. Like all the things you're not seeing when you just read the character options, especially for spellcasters, because I think, like, my spellcaster played really differently than the other spellcasters I've seen played and played, because it's just like Mythic really does change the game that much. And I can't speak to a Marshall, like PsiPrime will have to speak to how different Mythic felt for him. But for my character, at least, like, Mythic Resilience is just one of many weird moving pieces. And people looking at it in isolation is kind of making people overestimate how impactful it is. Like, it never came up in this combat, in this whole session. And even if it had, we had countermeasures.
For me...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. For me, Mythic Marshall... I mean, I don't have the best grasp of the rules of Mythic. I didn't look them up super a lot before SwingRipper decided to make this a Mythic game. So I just kind of treated it as like a little deeper tool in the toolbox. Oh, I can get my focus points back so I can be a little bit more liberal with them. I can use them to get into combat using fling into action a little bit better. Yeah. And I think didn't really change up my game style. I was just running in and using Flurry of Blows all the time, as you guys saw.
And I run a normal game that uses Mythic rules, so I can actually speak to the Marshall side of things a lot more. And for the Marshals, Mythic is basically where they can pull a tool of bullshit from. They have their Marshall character numbers, default-wise. But if they need to do something specific, like, oh, I need to get there, I need to protect this person, I need to survive this hit, the Mythic point just says, you do that. And if you're a grappler, Mythic is insane for you. Because you get to re-roll your grapple at Mythic.
Yeah, I specifically didn't grapple because I don't believe that a reindeer should be grappling.
So, to answer the question about Mythic versus hero points in chat, Mythic points, there are 7 different ways to get them refunded mid-session. We hit like 4 of them this time. And by the way, final hitting that Mythic monster would have recovered 2 more to the person who killed it and 1 more to the rest of the party.
Yeah.
And there can be below level Mythic monsters, so you have like several monsters on the field that are all Mythic and have Mythic abilities. And then you can knock them out to then gain Mythic points and just basically spam out Mythic abilities to do that.
It felt to me like the Mythic abilities were either completely unnecessary or I needed more Mythic points than I had. Like in that first encounter, like my focus spells were just dominating so hard that I did not feel the need to even use Mythic points. Whereas in that second encounter, like in order to be competitive, I needed to have Godspeed and I needed to be using those Mythic points to just physically move and like get through. And by the time I needed a Mythic point to save my bacon, I just had to already have used all of them.
And I think that in a longer running Mythic campaign would probably even out. Like, for example, if the 3 of us had experience like playing this game for a while, a campaign that was ending up till here. At this point, if Rudolph tried to run in, I would have said, hey, no, let me airlift us first before you run in so everyone can get closer. And then we would have maybe done that or something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
Right now, it's hard for us to cover each other's weaknesses because it's literally the first time we're playing. So I think that extremeness that you're talking about would sort of disappear and even out over the course of an actual Mythic campaign. But in a one-shot, yes, I agree.
Small party size also probably did not do us favors in that regard because the variance is very felt in crits on either side.
I think another thing is just a Mythic game. I think the math probably works decently well enough. And a Mythic game is just if you want to do crazy, insane stuff. A Mythic game is not for, rooting out the local evil cult in the right. It's for, spirits of winter stealing the essence of Christmas, or, it's a son of one of the gods on Mount Olympus, like diverting a river to as one of his 12 great works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much do you want to do crazy, insane stuff? Okay, here's the rules for doing crazy, insane stuff.
Yes. It is not something that you should just put into a normal game without thinking hard about it.
Yeah.
I think it is also very easy for a lot of your Mythic stuff to not matter because it gets overshadowed by other Mythic stuff. Sample size of 2 combats.
Yeah.
But I was definitely not thinking about some of my Mythic abilities, I think is a way to put it. The Diadem of Divine Radiance did not necessarily have the best showing in this particular combat because your fucking Eclipse Burst counteract BS. But that was a spell that all of us were eyebrow raised, this might be a problem going into it, and that is a very, very scary spell. Just repeated 4d8 spirit damage plus persistent plus dazzled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't use... I specifically chose Eyes That See Eternity to give me true sight, so, because Rudolph can see through fog cloud and stuff. Which technically doesn't work, but, it was the closest I could get. So I didn't use that. I didn't do Eyes That Hear the Truth. I didn't use Godspeed, although I could have. I was just fling into action in Mythic Refocus, and those were the things, and re-rolling failed saving throws.
Another thing to note is those were the things that were called for in these few encounters you saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you take a longer campaign, some of your feats don't get used as much, just like how if I build a wrestler, Combat Grab gets used more than every other feat on that character sheet. That doesn't mean the other feats are bad. It just means that your staples are going to get used more, which is fine, in my opinion.
For me, I think I use, out of my 5 Mythic feats, I used Ears That Hear the Truth, Godspeed, Mythic Magic, and I would have used Correct the Story if I had not incorrectly chosen to use my rolling landing. So technically 4 out of 5 feats came up. So I think it depends on what combats you're in and how you build your character both.
And what types of skill challenges you're in. And because I was expecting that the Eyes That See Through Eternity to be used for the fog thing as well, but you get to see through fog entirely.
Yeah.
Because I was expecting that ability maybe gets used here, this ability maybe gets used.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of fine throwing the Mysterious Fog of Mist, because I was like, okay, they have a character that can recall knowledge at Mythic, they have a character that can see through fog and mist, they have... So I was kind of fine with that. And this tone of things are wild and you are the people that everything falls on to have it fixed. That is about the average tone of a Mythic game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, if you're thinking about running Mythic, think about how crazy of a monster this stat block is. I'm putting the Abominable Snow Mage on screen. I didn't even use all of its abilities for the record. because I just decided to make like the nastiest creature I could. That's technically in power budget. In the same way, dragons are technically in power budget.
Yeah,
oh
that
god, imagine
sounds about
fighting.
right.
Like, I did give it numerical weaknesses that are more potent and easier to abuse than dragons. But then offensively, its offense profile is very similar to dragons. And that's
Yeah.
where
I think he missed my 30 AC like once.
Yeah, had a plus 26
yeah.
baseline to hit.
Yeah.
24 at the tail, and its tail gets -2 additional accuracy when it's interrupting movement. So, the alternate mythic rules are kind of sort of slot into a more normal game. I mean, if you want to replace hero points with mythic points, and then not do mythic feats, I think that could be a way to do that. But honestly, I just throw in mythic monsters into a non-mythic game, and be more generous with normal hero points at that point.
Or yeah, count a mythic on level monster as
Like level +1,
Like
level
the
+2. Like in a
Yeah.
mythic game, I count a mythic monster as level +1.
I'm going to be honest with everybody in chat right now. I kind of don't like mythic in general, and that's actually nothing to do with mythic. My first introduction to mythic was the GM wanted in Pathfinder 1 to turn our game into a mythic game, and so as our entrance trial into mythic, threw a mythic party level +4 monster at us, which just TPK'd us, and that kind of permanently turned me off to mythic. So I have gone through and I have beaten Owlcat Games Row of the Wrath of the Righteous. That was fun. But other than that,
Yeah. I'm actually going to give the players observership rights over all the custom creatures I use, so they can like take a look at them. Because I had some fun stuff in there. And in the town, I was expecting you all to like go in there and try to find people that are doing specific things.
I mean, I kind of had that plan to like go to the hospital and like just heal the people for free with.
And I was going to do like a points-based system, but then you kind of did one big thing. I'm like, yeah, that works. And I knew I was open to like saying there might be a better solution. I'll know it when I see it. And then I saw it and it's like, yep, that's it. That's it. That's.
That was just insane enough to work.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to thank everybody for showing up in stream. That's very nice of you.
Yep. Continue to answer questions. Would it be advisable to leave big quests and comments as a cliffhanger as a way to refill mythic points? I wouldn't factor in when mythic points get refilled into session structure at all. I mean, if it happens to end and you're at the session mark right before a fight, I'd end it before the fight rather than halfway through due to mythic points. But like, if you want to refill mythic points, have a mythic skill challenge to get to the fight. Have a mythic skill challenge before, and that's a full refill. Within the rules of mythic.
Yeah, so I'm going to fully disagree with you here. I think if you are going to GM mythic and you are going to run encounters like this, you have to plan your sessions in a way where those players are going to have close to full resources in terms of mythic points in order for this to be viable.
I do agree with that. I don't agree with warping your session length around mythic points.
Yeah, because you're never going to be able to, you're going to have some players who like, I spend a mythic point to re-roll getting an ice cream for little Susie. And you're going to have some people who are never going to spend their mythic points. And that's just how those players roll. So trying to figure out where players can get refilled mythic points, that's in my opinion, that's a fool's errand.
Yeah, and I don't think you end session to give people a refill on mythic points. Like, you can just say, you can feel the energy surge through you. Everybody regain your mythic points. And you can just say that.
Just arbitrarily give back mythic points rather than ending the session, I would say.
Yeah, and as Xavian says, that's not mythic encounters. That's just don't make your players fight extreme encounters on low resources, which is, yeah.
I mean, now you're getting into questions of, right, like, no, that's, we could debate that all night of, what's on the head of the player to, keep their resources in check, right? If you spend all of your fireballs on the little tiny kobolds, and then you don't have any fireballs for the boss fight, that's on you, right? So
yeah,
I mean, that is a massive debate and a can of worms that nobody's ever going to be happy with.
yeah,
no matter
and
what
like
we say.
my thing is, I run a game that sessions are short, and because it's more of a drop-in style game, we tend to have 1 session length days where there maybe are 2 fights.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't view things like Kineticist Timber Sentinel as very disruptive for that game, because clerics with heal can do the same things for the same amount of rounds. Because we're not having an adventuring day with more than 6 rounds of combat.
All right, so why don't we put a cap on this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Each person, final thoughts on your mythic experience tonight.
Yep.
Positive, negative. Would you want to do it again? What are your thoughts?
All right. And I say let's go left to right, but I'll go last. So let's go with Mathfinder first.
So overall positive. I really enjoyed Mythic. I want to try GMing it too. I don't have War of Immortals just yet, so I'll have to buy that or look at Demiplane, whatever. I really like the tone of the story. I really like the amount of bullshit players can do without actually breaking the game. Like, I think getting to feel like you're breaking the game but not actually breaking it is great. My only real complaint is I wish there were more mythic feats. Like, while I was looking at the level 1 to 10 mythic feats, I was like, many of these feel like they're uninspired or a little redundant sometimes. And maybe this will get fixed in the future. Like, maybe Rival Academies comes with a few spellcaster-related mythic feats. Maybe there's more archetypes in the future. But right now, there's a too few feats. So if you're in more than one mythic game, you will feel there's repetition between them.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. So I enjoyed this experience as a whole. Like, this was a cool experiment. But like, if you were to ask me, would I want to play an entire Mythic campaign? I think I would say no, because I think free archetype actually generates more interesting and unique characters than Mythic rules does. And like, in terms of like character customization and making characters feel really unique, I think since there aren't actually that many Mythic options, I think a lot of the characters are going to feel more samey if you are, looking at Mythic quite a bit. Like, we saw multiple of us in that fight, just like, okay, I fire off Godspeed, I fire off Godspeed. Like, I think after a handful of sessions, it would become very clear that there are some Mythic things that are better to do than others. And I think it would be less interesting than just free archetype would be.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. And PsiPrime, do you have any more thoughts?
So I'll echo the sentiment that there could be some more feats. Some of the feats could be fine-tuned a little bit. Like, Godspeed increases all of your movement speeds, but it only lets you stride or step, which means you can't use the free action to fly, which is, I could have used it to give myself a 35-foot fly speed, but I wouldn't have gotten the free quicken. So maybe clearing some of that up. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Yeah.
Also, it didn't change up. I know the other two were saying it changed up how they played a spellcaster. It didn't actually change up how Rudolph played much at all. I still get in there, flurry of blows every round, which is, I mean, it's what I designed for. I'm not complaining. It is a little repetitious, and the mythic points didn't really alleviate that. I got up to him a little quicker because of fling into action, but I didn't. I was still get up to guy, parry for a +1 AC, flurry of blows. and that has nothing to do with Mythic. I could have done that in a normal game. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's as it's not as it doesn't change the game. It doesn't change the game, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm just pulling up all the Mythic feats now because my take comes from a lot more experience with Mythic because I have run a good 4 or 5 sessions with Mythic, building up in feats gradually in a mid-level game to where we are now level 10 and just picked our level 10 feats. And due to how that game works, I am both GMing and playing, and that is a game with both Mythic and free archetype, because I'm mentioning chat say that. Mythic, honestly, because it makes things pretty similar, it doesn't add that much complexity. And you may see more variety in Mythic characters once you get into the very high levels, because then you have 9 branching archetypes you can take. For like how your Mythic is going to manifest at the end, how your character reaches immortality, all of those types of things. And has Mythic greatly affected how a majority of the martials play? No. And Mythic doesn't affect your playstyle much until level 8. Truly. It just lets you reach into those higher power levels because that's what it's designed to do. I don't think Mythic is trying to be something that greatly changes character identities. It just makes them feel like the Mythic version of what they're already doing. And I think that's what Mythic is trying to be. And I do think that starts to bend a little bit once you reach level 8 due to Mythic magic existing. I think Mythic magic is where Mythic points start affecting character identity. And before level 8, there really isn't much that makes the character feel that much different and unique. It's a lot of power bumps. And so I think that is a fair critique. And I think that's totally valid because it doesn't make characters more different at level 6 and below.
No, Mario, we're not doing another one-shot at level 7.
I might do a high-level one-shot on my channel eventually. Not anytime soon. But yeah.
We several times forgot to have the monster roll for a nat 1 against my flurry, my stunning blows.
I actually did not forget it. It just takes me a little while to go through all the rolls.
Yeah.
But if I go with like 4 people at level 20, that's when things are going to get a little crazy and we need to do a practice session beforehand. But like, when you're looking at a martial, Mythic Strike is not as good as Mythic Casting.
Yeah.
For one specific reason. Mythic Strike is a meta strike. Or Strike Plus, or however you want to call it. It does not work with things like Combat Grab, does not work with Dual-Handed Assault. It does not work with Reactive Strikes. It does not work with everything that Marshall is trying to do, and it only boosts the power of one action.
Flurry of Blows?
Does not work Flurry of Blows. It is its own action.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't come up in this, but I thought that Mythic proficiency on some debilitating effect would be incredibly strong.
It did. Briny Bolt.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, sure. The blinded on that, yeah. The rider there was very strong.
It definitely can be, but the monsters also then get to Mythic point their saves, and that's why they have Mythic Resilience, so you need to figure out the weak save.
Yeah.
It very much changes the tone of the game for the casters massively. But for marshals, you really are just kind of like a better version of yourself.
Yeah.
And that's what it's trying to do, and it's very successful at doing that and letting me tell this high magic, high fantasy story about trying to save the realm from a evil lich trying to become a god.
I will say, Mythic does solve one problem that I had that I made a video on, which is minimum proficiencies. Like, if you can actually find traps that require, legendary proficiency if you're not I think it's rogue, investigator, or ranger.
So,
and you can actually disarm them even if you don't have legendary and religion at level 7.
Technically, and you're going to hate me for this, but technically, because rolling the perception check to find the trap is a secret check, you still need to have the feat that lets you roll perception at Mythic.
Right. You
Yeah.
could take that feat. That's what I'm
You can take that feat, and then you get a way around it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can use it to get around really stupid minimum proficiencies that I hate.
Yeah. And I think that Mythic is very successful at telling a higher power story. I don't think it changes flavor that much. I'm running it alongside Free Archetype, and yeah, it's a much higher complexity barrier, because now you're managing 3 times the amount of feats. But the Mythic feats are lower complexity, so that's completely fine. And that's been my experience. As GM, yeah, the characters are more powerful. Whoop-de-doo. You need to balance around it. And
yeah, double the amount of monsters.
It's not double, it's 50% more.
Right, 50% more for the free archetype and 50% more for the mythic. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you got it. It's like 20% more for free archetype if you don't super hard min-max it. If you're super hard min-maxing, it's like so much. But another video.
Yes, Mario. Oh, Mario wants to know our lore skills, I think. I had Santa's workshop lore as a settlement lore and Arctic lore for surviving in the Arctic.
I think that...
You ready for a list?
Oh, God.
Circus,
I'll pull up Mathfinder
farming, fortune-telling, haunt, herbalism, holiday, mountain, volcano, warfare. Welcome to the Animist.
I just had winter and water elemental flame.
Yeah. But there you go.
Yeah.
That is our show, and
Yep.
I hope you all enjoyed.
I have to go catch a plane tomorrow, so I will see you
Yeah.
guys later.
All right.
Yeah. Bye, everyone. Thanks for coming out.
See you around. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
end
Go
broadcast.
check out our videos.